Good morning, this is the News Wire. I'm Ndu Okoh. Activist Njeri, who was arrested last week and detained for 4 days for creating a website to help Kenyans express their opinions on the finance bill, says she won't be intimidated or silenced by the government. Speaking in an interview with KTN, Njeri said the Kenyan constitution gives her the freedom of expression and civic education on constitutional issues.
The military allowed them to do this to one person who have given them permission to go wild on us. Na honestly, watu wangapi wamesema Ruto must go sahi? Watashika kila mtu. And is it wrong to say that? It's very personal who is in power. Because kama ni mtu hawezi respect constitution, hawezi respect haki zako.
Njeri father says that the police were just out to harass her as there were no clear charges against her.
I wasn't sure where I'm being taken, what I've done. So to me it seemed like an abduction at that time. But they were really aggressive, like playing mind games. Well, kichwa ngumu tutakulainisha, just vile tu unaweza criminal.
Njeri was released on Tuesday on a bond of 100,000 Kenyan shillings, awaiting hearing of the case on 20th of this month. Now, more than 100,000 youths from 46 counties are expected to benefit from a work project that will cost the government 5 billion shillings. Speaking here in Nairobi during the launch of the program, Housing PS Charles Hinga, who was accompanied by his interior counterpart Raymond Omolo, said the online registration has officially been opened and applicants have 10 days to register themselves.
Majority of the activities are going to coalesce around roads and roads-related activities. So we expect that we are going to have activities such as expansion of drainages along the roads. We are going to have even roads which are being done either from cobblestone, from cabro. There will be just footpaths that will be constructed, access roads to various public facilities.
Because you work for 10 days, you take a break for 10 days, it's an opportunity to acquire some skill, which then would allow you to do the next available job opportunity that we continue to push as an administration.
The cost of education is expected to increase even further after Education Cabinet Secretary Julius Ogamba revealed that there's been a reduction in education funds in the 2025-2026 budget by a whole 22 billion Kenyan shillings. Speaking before the Education Committee, Ogamba said the limited allocation will force parents to cover the fees in order to achieve education for their children.
And looking at whether we are able to afford the activities and seeing what can be done in that space, I think it is time to start having that conversation, and then we see how it progresses.
If you feel that at a point it may be difficult for the ministry to afford it, maybe slightly you could also introduce some kind of cost sharing activity, and you tell parents you can assist.
And this is going to be a constitutional issue, that education is free and compulsory. We need to look at it as Kenyans and agree how much is free. How much does it cost to take a child through with increased population?
And finally, Nandi Hills Member of Parliament Bernard Kitur has alleged the existence of an international organ trafficking syndicate with roots in Kenya, which has been carrying out illegal organ transplants. The MP said the network goes beyond the Medihill group of hospitals, which has been linked to the illegal trade in the North Rift region. He claimed it is an intricate web of organized international organ trafficking syndicate, which has roped in more hospitals than those implicated. The MP, who appeared before the National Assembly Health Committee to adduce evidence on the organ trafficking probe, which began Thursday for the next 90 days, detailed the network of a well-connected dragnet of organ traffickers in Kenya and beyond. That's the News Wire. I'm Ndu Okoh.
The following takes place from 6 a.m. to 10 a.m. every weekday on SpiceFM.
In this country, 6 families and 8,000 Kenyans control 90% of the GDP. We are not a country. We are a plantation. We work for Ruto.
When you're telling the judges court orders are papers or they will not obey court orders, they're sitting and you're seeking orders from them. So how are they supposed to interpret it? Isn't it an oxymoron?
When you see a judiciary that seems to be under some control somewhere, you start questioning. We have very powerful governors, but they don't use their offices to serve the people.
If you are not shameful to do what you are doing, why should we protect you?
I'm human. Everybody's human. So when you're told, kuja tuongee, I mean, you'd be a fool to say, stagi kuongea today. Conversations have to be had.
Waliletea fujo Moi mpaka wakapata cooperation. Wakakuja wakasumbua Kibaki mpaka wakachukua nusu mkate. Wamekuja wakazungusha Uhuru hapo mpaka wakaenda na handshake, program yetu ikapotea, BBI ikaendelea, tukazama, tukaingia kwa madeni. Sasa mimi nimewaambia, hii serikali hii, mimi nawaambia hii serikali ni ya mahasla. Hakuna nusu mkate, hakuna handshake, hakuna hiyo borojo.
Jana nimeona wale wazee tulishinda. Ati hiyo mzee akisema ati he will not be coerced or intimidated to joining our government. Wewe mzee sikia. We have no business within our government. Hatuna haja na hatugojei wewe. We are not looking for you and we have no time. Stop saying that people can force you to come to this government. Forget about being forced or coerced. We are not interested because sisi tuko na kazi ya kufanya.
Kama kuna mtu ako na namba ya William Ruto, arekodi hii video mtumie. Maisha yangu tangu nizaliwe sijawahi kuona mtu muongo, mfisadi, baradhuli, dhabdhabina kama William Samoei Ruto.
Mimi Hassan Joho nikitaka kuongea, mimi I don't even dream of engaging with them. Ati huyu akitaka aje aongee sio na mimi niongee na Ruto nini? Mimi nikamtafute atanipa nini? Wilbaro.
I wonder.
Nilipeleka Wilbaro mimi la kimtaani la kucheza nalo zamani.
We have a choice to reject over 60% of these names or give President Ruto his skunk. Apart from a few individuals who are not even more than 8, the rest are incompetent, unqualified, have integrity issues, are people who cannot deliver this country from where it is to the next level that we want the country to move in.
A few moments later.
I've now forwarded the name of John Mbadi Ngongo to the Ministry of National Treasury and Economic Planning. The Honorable Hassan Ali Joho, Ministry of Mining, Blue Economy and Maritime Affairs.
The Situation Room, Kenya's biggest conversation.
Good morning, and I love your show.
Thank you.
Having come from a Kikuyu radio background, I migrated to Spice because of the content.
I was born in a slum, but somehow I got a break in life. So sometimes when you see the sweating coming out because of the passion and whatever it is, behind the noise, there are people. And we share the same umbilical cord.
It shouldn't be like that. I am so disappointed. We used to tell Honorable Raila Amolo Odinga that he's doing politics of conmanship. And even President Uhuru Kenyatta, serikali hii ndio iko na conmanship ya hali ya juu. You cannot promise people that you reduce tax, then you double.
In politics, there is the issue of trust. For you to turn around and then stab the same people who gave you that trust, there is no other level of dishonesty. Imabo, utaona dunia tu.
The Situation Room, Kenya's biggest conversation.
If we just gloss over issues and hope that time heals, then we might find that in generations to come, we might be back at the same situation. And the whole thing is born of stolen elections.
Spice.
When it comes to the decisions you make, you must be independent. There's no way you can allow one institution to dictate to you how you're going to conduct your operations, how you're going to decide cases. It's a no.
When you weaken the institution to the point where they cannot take action, then you realize that politicians have to come up and now start dealing with the issues.
That conversation has to die. Our politicians do not like the hard stuff. We must insist on the path of doing things right, whether popular or unpopular.
Money changes hands. That is a fact. If you have political goodwill at the highest top, like in Rwanda, then corruption will be an issue of the past. If you don't have political goodwill at the top, we will pass laws, we will amend laws, we will continue passing laws and re-amending laws, and nothing will happen.
This is the Situation Room, the only way to start your day.
One of the things that are ailing our country is negative ethnicity. You find you as a state officer, instead of thinking as a Kenyan, you think like a tribal person.
Let me tell you something. The biggest problem we have had in this country is a leadership deficit. There is nothing that you are going to do in the process of change if you are not a risk taker. So you really have to pursue your vision to a logical conclusion and even be ready to step on people's toes.
When it comes to the economy, you can run away with it. They say statistics are like bikinis. They reveal a lot, but they conceal the vitals. And so government people would throw statistics at you and tell you they're revealing a lot of information to you, but it's really concealing the real vitals.
We need to get out of that, because when we want to grow our democracy, one basic thing that really requires to be understood by the political class, by all of us, is institutions are critical.
This is the Situation Room, the only way to start your day. Mature, intelligent talk every morning. Spice up yourself. Mornings done right. 94.4 Spice FM.
And we are on Friday. As in, we actually are on Friday. As in, it is Friday. And here we are. A very, very good morning to you and Eid Mubarak.
Min al-Faidin wa min al-Aidin. Good morning.
Okay, yeah.
That one.
Yeah.
Kwaje?
Mimi niko poa. Yes, I'm okay. I'm doing well and happy to see you. How was the day yesterday?
My day yesterday was good, actually. Yeah. Got home at around 5 in the PM.
Wow. That's like a 14-15 hour day, Dennis.
Yeah. Well, Pitia town, there's a few things I was looking for Mama, you know.
Oh, yeah.
Before Eid celebration started, because then chemists and whatnot would be closed. So, yeah.
Of course.
Got to power by the bullet.
Now, you see, this is the Salah where we all telling our friends, prove to me that you're truly my friend. Because I remember growing up in Nigeria, of course, it was the norm. And by this time in the morning, you're already hearing things, frying things, cooking, what. And then by afternoon, people have brought food to you. It's great. This is the commemoration of the sacrifice of Ibrahim. For his son Ishmael. Yes. Ibrahim, you also. So this particular Eid al-Adha is the one where the commemoration of that sacrifice, and that's where there is the slaughtering of animals, camel, goat, sheep, etc. And then you share with the less fortunate. That's what this one particularly, it actually brings to an end, complete the month of Ramadan. I know these things. You see, I know. But anyway, so that's what's celebrated. So Eid Mubarak.
Thank you.
And getting into conversations for today, this is the Situation Room. It's Ndu and Dennis one. So now the square root of something is double. So now the single one is just
Dennis. Don't add pi.
Okay, so no pi, no anything.
Just Dennis.
Okay, just Dennis. How are you? Lucky. Okay, I already asked that. Mimi niko sawa.
Neck piece is back.
Yeah,
I love your neck pieces, man.
Thank you.
That I just have to say. Ndu has great neck pieces. You should see her with the neck piece and without her glasses on. Oh my God. You gotta love it, bro. You gotta love it.
Okay. See, now, when you start doing things like that, then I even forget the things that I was supposed to be saying. And you're just, I don't blush very well.
It's okay if you blush, you know. I mean, how many times do you get blush?
I'm like a 5-year-old girl.
A girl is a girl, man. A girl is a girl.
So, yeah, with my favorite animal, my favorite color inside my favorite animal. Green in a dolphin.
So, today you've gone all out, no?
How?
You can see the bracelet and whatnot.
But this is every day. It's just that you don't pay attention. Maybe I'm wearing long sleeves.
I would have told them you have an anklet as well, but anyway, to my TMI.
TMI. But that's if you know, you know. Okay. Good morning. And EVE. It's a day of my favorite things. Eve is one of my favorite rappers, and there's EVE, and she's also wearing my favorite color.
Yeah,
inside
green.
there. You see, today is just
it's just that day.
Hey. Okay, guys, we are already seeing you getting into the room today. So Karibu Sana. It is a holiday, but the conversations and the issues never do go on holiday, and so we continue to have conversations around them. This is the Situation Room. At 6:15, it is Kenya's biggest conversation, and let me tell you, we will be having some interesting ones today. Even as you get in, our live streams are up: YouTube, Facebook, and on X, and also we'll be joined by our audience on KTN in a very short while. Let me tell you some of the things that we'll talk about today, and we invite you to already start sharpening your knives because we will have those conversations. Politician Kabando Wakabando has had some interesting things to say and some insights into what's happening in the country and the direction that we should actually be going into. He's going to join us for a conversation on Lest We Forget, which is a segment that we do on this program every now and then to say, lest we forget, this is where we are coming from, and this is the direction in which we believe we ought to be going. And so we'll have that conversation with him at 7 a.m. Dr. James Nyoro was once the governor of Nakuru County. Kiambu County. I was thinking something else, of Kiambu County. He's an agricultural economist and, of course, yes, former Kiambu governor. We'll be talking about the Finance Bill 2025. In addition to that, we'll be talking about World Environment Day, hits and misses in the agricultural sector, things that we actually should or shouldn't be focusing on. And so he joins us for that double whammy conversation around the Finance Bill, the agricultural sector, and World Environment Day, which interestingly enough is today. We're going to our youth segment this Friday at 9 a.m. Conrad Kea, who is a fiscal policy analyst, and Stella Swake, who as well is an economic analyst, will join us. We'll be looking into the finance bill, and we'll be taking a perspective on that as well, following the youth agenda. So that's what we'll do this morning. We'll go politics and the governance way at 7, and then we'll go the agricultural environment way at 8, and then we'll go the youth agenda way concerning the budget at 9. And that's what we'll discuss in the Situation Room this morning. So come on in, folks, and let's make this one good, shall we? All right. As we get into it, we are still in Eswatini. This is our final day in Eswatini. What's the proverb for today, Dennis?
Yeah, the proverb today still comes from Swaziland, but there are just a few facts about Eswatini that I think is a problem that continues to bedevil many African countries. And one that I have just seen here is low public investment in health, below recommended 15% of national budget as per the Abuja Declaration. It's the same story if you come to Kenya. Look at what is happening in our health system, low investment into the same, the problems that we continue to experience with the fact that it is a country where 1 in every 4 people has HIV. One would assume that with such statistics, the government would put many more resources into the health sector. But then again, it is where Eswatini citizens find themselves. Eswatini citizens will be called what now?
They are Swati. I think I'm going to check, but I think that's what it is.
The Swati, yeah.
Yeah, I think they are the Swati. I'll check.
All right. And our proverb of the day: a bee that is forced into the hive will not produce honey.
That's true. So there has to be a certain situation whereby they produce this honey. Yes. They have to be happy, or I'm going to say, okay, fine.
They must want.
They must. It's when they are comfortable that they produce this thing that we're all after. So if I'm not comfortable in you force me into a situation, I will not give you my best.
No, you're not.
I have to be in a place where I'm comfortable to then be able to give you my best.
And this relates mostly with, I look at children who've been forced into a certain career path by their parents. At the end of the day, they do that for their parents, but then get to do that which they love. So I gave my dad a law degree because that's what he wanted. But then I'm an artist and this is what I want to do.
Yeah, and this is what I want to do. Yes. So I will not flourish if you force me. That's a very good example, actually. I will not flourish if you force me.
Yeah.
Okay. Let's look into the headlines this morning, shall we? Kenya's bold newspaper, The Standard, has a headline today that breaks my heart. If actually this is looming, the cause for alarm is ringing through my head. And this is the story that we look at this morning. Okay. End of free education. That's what the headline says. January 6, 2003 is the day chaos met hope. Across Kenya, public schools erupted as President Mwai Kibaki declared free primary education for all. Classrooms overflowed. Teachers were overwhelmed and budgets blown. But for millions, it was a dream realized. Decades later, the dream is fading. Education officials blame chronic underfunding and rising costs. The return of school fees is looming, and with it, the risk of reversing one of Kenya's boldest social gains. At the time, late former President Mwai Kibaki said, "My fellow countrymen, during our campaigns, we promised to bring into classrooms millions of young, vibrant children. I thank all parents who have seen it prudent to take their children to school under our free primary education policy." Today, Julius Ogamba, who is the Education Cabinet Secretary, says we are trying to think outside the box to see how we can fund education in this country. In view of the constitutional provisions, it's going to be difficult to offer quality education if we can't get a solution to the underfunding of the sector. Well, the Meli-led committee is asking 60 billion shillings is demanded. They're demanding in answers from Ogamba on the government's plan to bridge the 60 billion pending bills owed to schools for over a decade. You can't fund past bills. You can't fund present to completion. Are we going to then be able to sustain free primary education? We'll look at the details of this story, but I have a heavy heart this morning just thinking about it. Family broken over a Gugi US cremation. Professor Gugi Wathiongo, his family learned of the right after the act. So he's been cremated, with some saying that there was a need to involve everyone for closure, in spite of that being their father's wish. That was his wish. He made it clear, I want to be cremated. And they only found out after the act. People went to State House yesterday. People who you thought would not go to State House yesterday. People who had previously done things whereby or said things whereby you would have thought it unimaginable or impossible that they would make their way to the house on the hill. But what happened? They went anyway.
With the delegation.
With the delegation, yes, they did. The CIA folks said, you know what? Let us go and see the president. Where James Orengo was waxing lyrical about how things are suddenly working, how SHA is working, and how we can just make a turnaround, and etc., etc., etc. Orengo in U-turn State House tour, so he'd never seen it. He decided to go to the house on the hill. We'll look into the details of that. It's going to be an interesting one. Rose Njeri talks about her harrowing 4 days locked up in police cells. And the next story that is on page 3, which we'll look into the details. See, I don't think... Hey, God. Is it that we have lost what to do? Have we fed all our children? Have we sent all of them to school? Have we healed all of... Have we taken... Busia's Mary and Joseph have now drawn pilgrims from the entire continent because they have decided that they are Mary... We'll look into the details of the story. But you have an active present-day Mary and Joseph in Busia.
See, Mary and Joseph of the 21st century. Abi?
She said she is... You didn't read... Did it? I'll tell you the story. This one, I have to tell you the story. But Mary and Joseph now are bringing visitors to see them. But I'm telling you, mental health is an issue.
It is.
Proper.
It is.
It's a big issue,
continues to manifest every day. It's just that we really don't sit to look at it from that eye.
Yeah, man.
There's that story just on page 3 that continues. That is a concern, and I think it's about time that we started looking at what this will do, especially to the citizens living in Turkana South. And we're talking about alarm as a new wave of locusts invade Turkana South. So climate change and the effects of the same, and how now locusts are looking for other places to go and eat, feed, and settle. And you know what this will do to farmers, those that are practicing farming in Turkana County. That means pressure on food production, feeding the population there, and the threat that these could actually spread into other areas. So something to look forward to. And perhaps even the National Disaster Management Authority to tell us what they're doing to arrest this before it becomes a menace.
Yep, those are some of the things that we're looking at. Other papers, I don't know if they are here.
Yeah, I think leo. So wacha tuongee Kiswahili leo.
Bas.
So You know this pastor from Pastor Ezekiel? Yeah.
Mm-hmm.
Have you visited his church in Kilifi?
I wanted to, but I just didn't get an opportunity when I was in the area. But I really wanted to see.
It's beautiful.
I hear it's huge and it's beautiful as well.
It's really beautiful. So something happened in his church. Wezi, thieves, waiba vikombe vitakatifu vya dhahabu katika kanisa la Pastor Ezekiel.
Vikombe vya
dhahabu, golden.
The cups.
Golden cups.
The ones for communion, the Eucharist.
Yeah.
Okay.
From the pastor.
They stole.
Yeah.
Oh no.
From the man of God.
Oh no.
Can you imagine what the pastor is now saying? Nyinyi tajua mjui Bwana tawapiga kichapo.
Okay.
There you have, we go to Tanzania. Tumezima mtandao wa X kwa sababu umejaa pornografia. Serikali ya Tanzania yafafanua. So if you want to access X in Tanzania, you can go access it from the moon or you use a VPN, because the Tanzanian government has just shut down X. Why? Because there's pornography on X.
Is it just now they've realized, or is that really the issue, that the problem?
Yes.
Or is it just that, we don't want to read anything from you?
A lot of people have been speaking on X, right? And we've seen what that has done, especially Kenyans pretty much have been speaking a lot about the Tanzanian government and how it's running its affairs in the country. So the easiest way to just shut it down, blame it on pornography.
Well, you know what I didn't do? I'm very, very sorry. Sijasalimia watu bana. Allah. Bala
belua.
Look, I'm very sorry. Please forgive me. So, we just hold on to that for a minute, because the good thing about then being able to change things is that you can stop in the middle of it and say, guys, no, this is a travesty of the highest proportions. And I should then be able to say hello to people this morning. And I know that you've taken time, even on a holiday, to lift your head from that pillow and say good morning to us as we start this show. Let's say hello to you this morning. Shall we? Okay, guys, we'll just do things in a row and then come back and continue with those stories. Don Sabwa is in the house this morning and says a very good morning to you. And I'm just saying that you said that. The affordable housing mongrel is another gigantic mongrel for the rich to feed on and the poor salary small. Man Society, how are you, Ndu Aseto? We are fine, thank you. Rose Grace is tuned in from Tamu. Good morning, Spice. Continue doing the good job you're doing. Thank you so much, my sister. Morioki says good morning. Good morning to you. Desmond Otis, Kwani hamjenda holiday. Can you imagine? Tuko hapa tukiongelesha. Anyway, but it's good. Happy holiday, Mbongi.
Bogi.
Oh, but there's an N there.
Yeah.
Bogi.
Yeah.
Okay, that's what now?
Bogi is like crew, WhatsApp crew.
Oh, fantastic.
Yeah.
We are fine, thank you. Nimerudi says, Ndu, you look beautiful. Thank you so much. See, all those other things. Desmond Usijali, everything is going to be all right. Jimmy, thank you so much, good to have you in the room. Karibu sana. Jimmy Monothe is tuned in this morning. Team Spice and family have a lovely day waiting for the show to begin. We are here. Carol Nyambura is tuned in this morning and says, Nawapenda sana, wishing you a blessed day ahead. Thank you so much for being here. Jackson says, the silence around the still missing Gen Z isn't just absence, it's a wound. It is. You're right to bring the focus back to where it should be for the parents still searching, still grieving, still hoping. I agree. 100%. It's not something that you can put under the table. It is not something that you can wish away. It's not something that you can do other things to now say that, we've moved on and people have forgotten. No. There are people who are living with the horrors of not knowing where their children are.
It is a conversation that is living. It is a conversation that has marked a history and its place in this country. So conversations must continue.
Yeah. Well, they must. Job Otieno says, good morning, Spike. It says, Ndu, it's my birthday. Again, do the thing. You're a June baby like me. Well, good morning and happy birthday to you. Happy birthday to you. Happy birthday, Job Otieno. Happy birthday to you. Happy birthday, Job. May you have many, many more. Have a blessed day and a fun one too. Okay? Jimmy, I was going to say Wimi Jekesa, but Jimmy Wekesa, good morning from Munich. Good morning, good morning. Erica War says, good morning, guys. Hisa Daniel is tuned in from Atiak and says, Atiak Nikondani, good morning. Olga, good morning. Cosmos Marisi says, A. Okay. B. Then we continue with B, C, D, or what?
Till Z?
I don't know.
Okay.
Atticus now says, good morning to you, Atticus. Pan-African Kenyan says, good morning, tune in from Nairobi. Charlie Lemsa says, the CSS 1.3 trillion shilling is lost and now needs taxes without telling Kenyans where he's going to keep money safe.
Yeah,
I just needed to breathe for a minute. Happy Eid, indeed. Captain Ndu. Hey, I like the sound of that. Cool. Dennis and the SpiceFM crew locked in kama kawaida. Wishing you all a joyful Eid. Asante sana. Tibbs Muga is tuned in this morning and says good morning. Michael Olanda says happy Eid. Good morning, Spice family. Eid Mubarak, my Muslim friends and families. And the politicians are hypocrites, especially from Nyanza. I thought development is for all of us. Kinatandi are outdoing Gashagwa. I thought development was for all, but this thing is like, okay, so well, let's buddy up or let's chummy up with powers that be, so that we get development in our area. I don't even understand.
You know, it is sad. It is sad because you remember when the likes of Jalango, that time when they went to State House,
they were vilified.
They were vilified because then they had gone so that they get development. And some of the people who vilified them are the same people who today are marching to the house on the hill seeking for development. But remember, development is not a request. It is your right.
It is your right.
Yeah.
Mashari Njeri says, good morning, Spice team. Happy Friday. Sisi Bado Tuko Thursday. Okay, so James Kamau says, Jumbo Situation Room, getting you here at Forney in Texas. Cosmas Marisi says, good morning, my people. Paulo Chiang says, good morning, Eid Mubarak, y'all. My prince is saying, good morning, Spice. Good to see you here on a holiday. My prince, always good to see you. Please see the way I've greeted you. Good morning, says George Okoth. We see you. Watching from Miami, Florida. Good morning, says Simon Kibiru. Happy holidays. Mr. Henry says they impeached Gachagua because of shareholding. Now they're doing the same thing. It looks like, isn't it? I thought ODM was a national party, but it seems these shares only go to Nyanza. Why not all ODM stronghold counties? I'm telling you. Bwangi Juma says, I hope you are okay. We are. Thank you so much. Happy Eid. John Gishuki, good morning, brother. Good to have you here. Pan-African Kenyan says he's still traumatized by Boniface and Agatha's experience in Tanzania. You know, it's just thinking about it, it can't be an easy one at all. Simon says, but why is it that people are pretending to be godly figures? Jesus of Tongan, Jehovah Wanyonyi, now Maria and Joseph, all from what? Look, I'm telling you guys, that it sounds funny. I'm telling you, the mental health burden is really under. We're not paying enough attention.
It was declared a
national emergency.
Yeah,
we're not paying enough attention to this thing. People are not okay. I'll tell you this. People are not okay. Wow. Paul Njeri says. Ndu, I know you're waiting for me. Greetings to Denawapi City, to Taisha Commission of Inquiry on the disappearance of City. He has not disappeared. I actually spoke to him yesterday. He's well and alive. So you just don't worry. He'll be here with us soon. Sawa, Paul. So, Paul, I expect you to answer and say Sawa Ndu. I'm looking for that comment. Odiambo Daniel says, good morning to all of you tuning in from Nax. Good morning, guys, and good job. Thank you so much. Chris Maura says, good morning. Pan-African Kenyan says, I believe there's a reasonable chance that Kenyan officials colluded with Tanzanians to deal with Bonnie and Agatha. Where? Okay. Joe Botiano, thanks a lot, and do happy birthday, Job, again. Young Jedi, good morning, Spices. Happy holidays. Listening in from bed. Little heaven. I know. But okay. Eid Mubarak says Samuel Kiema. Dun K says, good morning. We see you. Pity you didn't get a holiday, says Paul. No, we're okay. We're good. And I know that a lot of people are on holiday, but we're going to keep having these conversations. Helen Momanyi is tuned in this morning from Delaware in Texas. You're tuned in from Joe Biden's state. Frieda Voigt says, good morning, Baden-Württemberg in Germany is where you are tuned in this morning. Good morning from Ontario, says CPA Ray. And long weekend to all Muslims. Eid Mubarak, says Virginia Muthoki. We see you guys, you're still trickling in. And when we see you, we'll shout out. Why not? We can do that because we can, right? And so we continue with those greetings, and we're seeing you guys all coming in. So let's do this morning. Then now we go back to the stories. Sawa. Okay.
So we were in the Swahili aspect. Tulimaliza Tanzania, right?
Yes.
So there's that story as well for mwili wa mwandishi Ngugi wa Thiong'o wa Chomo, America. That is the cremation of Ngugi wa Thiong'o that took place in the States. Chama tawala UDA chageuka nyumba ya mizozo, hesabu za 2027 zikiumiza vichwa. You know where this is coming from?
I have no idea what that means.
Yeah, so the ruling party.
Umiza vichwa, heads will roll.
Yes, no.
No, heads are hurting.
Yes.
You'll hurt the heads.
Yes.
Sheesh.
Chama tawala UDA. Inaumiza ruling party.
This Kiswahili, I got it.
Chageuka nyumba ya mizozo.
What's mizozo first?
Mizozo is disagreement.
Nyumba ya mizozo.
Yeah, house of disagreement. So the ruling party turns to be a house of disagreement with the 2027 plans and mathematics taking center stage.
Ah, voila. Okay.
You know what is happening between Deputy President Kithure Kindiki and the
UDA chairperson, Cecily Mbarire. It's a mess.
Exactly. But then again, we also have the Nairobian. Nairobian.
Go.
Juja Storm Rider. Koimbori's an ending trouble trail. Whether he's fleeing court, accusing colleagues of corruption, facing forgery charges, or turning up dragged in a coffee plantation, he is theatrically defiant.
Crazy, man.
Alafu tuko hapo na mambo ya psychology of sexual torture. Iko hapo ndani, and the flavors and loopholes luring the new generation into nicotine addiction. It is a problem in the country, actually.
It is.
Yeah, because remember the ban of nicotine patches and whatnot, shisha. Yet again, every weekend whenever there is a police raid, it's the same things that are being impounded, which begs the question. These things are imported into the country. How do they leave the port of entry?
How do they get in? Somebody's allowing them.
Yes, and it's the people, the system itself, fighting itself. So, tufanyaje sasa? Tusonge mbele. Let's look at other stories that we have here. Aga Khan told to pay woman 157 million shillings for loss of womb.
Huh?
Yeah.
Okay.
So the High Court has ordered Aga Khan Hospital to pay a patient 157 million shillings for medical negligence in a judgment that sets a new benchmark on failure to offer quality medical care. Justice Alexander Muteti, in his judgment regarding a woman codenamed NQ, found that the hospital was liable for permitting Dr. Rafiq Parker to treat her despite being aware that he had been disbarred from practicing in Uganda.
I'm telling you, the things that God just looks down on us sometimes and says, guys, what do you want me to do?
But medical negligence is another issue that I think the medical fraternity just needs to sit and address.
It is.
You know.
Now, as we start to look, can we look at some of these stories?
Yes, sure.
Let me tell you the story of Mary and Joseph. Okay.
From Busia County.
Yeah. Now, in Nangoma village, Matayos sub-county, Busia County, a 50-year-old woman has stirred another countryside debate after proclaiming herself as the reincarnation of Mary, the mother of Jesus. You can't make this stuff up.
No, you can't.
Judith Nafula, no doubt, a.k.a. Mary.
Judy.
Nafula has decided she's Mary. Yeah. She's the reincarnation of Mary. She's a mother of 5. I don't know if any of those children are called Jesus. Because we also know that one of the brothers of Jesus, because Mary and Joseph went on to have other children, and one of them was called James. I don't know if amongst those children, one is Jesus, another one is James. She says she received a divine revelation in the form of a dazzling light, akin to the one that Mary saw when Angel Gabriel appeared to her, and a heavenly voice declaring her the modern day Virgin Mary. Remember, she has 5 children, but they've told her she's the Virgin Mary. Her husband, John, she insists is Joseph, and he was chosen to walk with her in what they call a spiritual restoration of the Holy Family.
Spiritual angoa restoration.
It gets better. And I quote, "I was in prayer when a brilliant light filled the room and a voice told me I was Mary. You, Nafula, are Mary. From that moment, my life changed. My husband too was revealed to be Joseph. We were given strict divine instructions. Following the calling, she claims the Holy Spirit directed her to vacate the couple's bedroom and move into the sitting room, which
is a doorway.
Sorry. Which she now claims is a sanctuary. You guys, I'm not lying. I'm not making this stuff up as I'm going. This is a rendition of the story. Sawa, so stay with me. Since that day, my wife and I moved out of our bedroom and began living in the sitting room as per divine instruction. The loud voice told them, move from your room, live in the sitting room. Sawa. The pair are reportedly instructed to fast for 2 months and abstain from Holy Communion for 5 years. I've even received a special garment from God. Now, I don't know how the special garment reached her, whether she woke up one day and it had fallen from the heavens like Gideon's fleece. I don't know. I wear it every day, the same cloth every day. Says something about... Anyway, strange things kept happening to me after the calling. She says she was draped in a white robe with a golden sash. She said after her calling, these strange things were happening. She was instructed to fast for the 2 months, after which God gave her a special cloth, which she wears to date. Now, according to her, what started as a spiritual awakening has now turned into a full-blown pilgrimage site. And she calls it, locals actually are calling it, the Bethlehem of Busia. Every day, pilgrims stream in from Kenya and Rwanda and Tanzania and Uganda and even the Democratic Republic of Congo. They come seeking healing, miracles, or simply to catch a glimpse of Mama Maria. The homestead, once an ordinary village, now pulses with the sounds of hymns, ululations, and prayer. Some visitors claim to have been healed. I don't know of what, but okay. Others, moved by faith or curiosity, watch in awe as people collapse in trances and rise, declaring miracles. Nafula's sister-in-law, Everlyne Ouma, said there was a couple who had been trying to conceive for years, but when they came here, prayed with Mama Maria, and months later, they had a baby.
Okay.
They said, we believe it is God working through her, and not everyone is buying it. There's a couple that had struggled for years without a child. After praying with Mama Maria, the woman conceived and later gave birth. We believe it was God working through her. Nafula was once a devout member of the Lydiah Catholic Church. However, church leadership excommunicated her after she repeatedly claimed to possess supernatural gifts and held public prayer sessions that clashed with the church's teachings. But now she's doing it on her own. Agnes Nanjala, who's a curious local who attended one of the gatherings, said, I thought it was just a joke. But when I got there, it was like a holy soap opera. 1 minute, people were singing, Ave Maria. Then the next, they were on the ground saying demons have left them. It is wild. Nafula, now known as simply Mama Mary, says she will continue to preach and pray.
Can I just ask a simple question?
Go
to that photo.
Which one? This one for this one?
I was instructed to fast for 2 months, after which God gave me a special cloth, which I wear to date. So it's never washed. Second of all, look at that special cloth. She says she's the modern day Mary, right? But the image there looks like a white Mary.
Where's Jolly?
But seen in life.
You don't worry.
You can imagine how that cloth was sent to her.
You know how people are reincarnated?
Yeah.
You can be here, Dennis, and then you reincarnate tomorrow, you come back as a kangaroo. So
with a pouch. And a kangaroo in Kenya. You're not even Australia, in Kenya. You know what I mean?
But it's not fair.
And then you see that bright light, yeah? You can imagine maybe these guys live next to a road and someone had parked their vehicle and the light just pierced through their window.
But I'm laughing at the ridiculousness of it.
It happens.
Shakahola, we've not even finished from Shakahola and the nonsense that happened as a result of that. And that people turn up dead. And that you find 400 and something bodies or remains of people are still sitting in a freezer in Malindi. That is still happening today.
There's Migori.
there's Migori where people who are they starving themselves or what are they doing?
The ones who went to the hospital and they're told to Kenny up and
don't come here and make noise for us. Then now people are saying they are Mary and Joseph, and now, people are going there to sing Ave Maria and fall on the ground.
Let's go even deeper. There's a lady who went there not having a child. Months later, they have a baby. That means this is something that has been happening for more than 9 months. In the glare of the leadership of the country. You remember the Mungatana committee that was put in place?
Yes, that went
including the proposals that they gave. Still happening. We have administrators in Busia County who are just embracing Mama Maria and Joseph.
I'm telling you, we have problems.
Wow.
And you know what? The man who said that religion is the opium of the people, right? The opium of the people, what does that mean? It's a drug that you give people. They get, first of all, they get high on it, then they enjoy the feeling and they want to keep coming back. That in the light of hopelessness, in the light of mistrust and distrust, in the light of you don't know what you're going to do tomorrow, somebody then comes and feeds you this thing and can tell you, God in heaven.
You know, I don't get it.
You are dispossessed of all your mental thinking faculties.
Mental thinking faculties in the sense that she has 5 children, but she's telling us she's a virgin.
Come on, man. There's no magic that you will do.
We akivitu tunavuta hii Kenya.
I know. I'm telling you, the mental health problem is real. It is real. This Joseph who is wearing a t-shirt M-Pesa Foundation
at 18.
M-Pesa at 18.
It started happening 2 months ago, no?
Yeah. And now you're Joseph today. And then people look at you and then they say, yes, this is the thing. You, he, her, and she really believes that she's Mary. You guys think she's okay. You think, this is actually somebody who needs to be taken to therapy. She's not okay.
Yeah.
And here we are saying it's religion. People are falling on the ground. Somebody came and months later had a baby, and then you want to tell me that it's because she saw her.
Now
Come on,
let's
guys.
look at the vastness of the spread, because they're saying people are coming from Uganda, Tanzania, Rwanda, and DRC because they believe.
Desperation, Dennis. Desperation. When somebody is in a desperate situation, usually because of an economic financial issue, or that there has been years and years of this desperate situation, you will hold on to anything. And anything that anybody tells you, especially when it has something to do with the spiritual, you're likely to fall into that trap. People are going and falling on the ground into... Look, I believe in miracles. I do. I believe that miracles... I believe that the underworld is real. I believe that the spiritual world is active. However, I believe that there are people who manipulate the desperation of people in the name of religion for personal economic gain, or they're just crazy. Like this.
This is crazy.
Come on, man.
This is not even about personal or economic gain. This is just plain crazy. And I think it's about time that we started having discussion on where we are mentally speaking, because this is a problem. This is a problem that it has existed for more than 9 months. It's a problem that we need to really sit down and even ask ourselves, what exactly do we believe in when it comes to religion?
Honestly, no. Because anybody can do this. I can be convicted of something today and I stand up and I say that Ndu Witabik's church. And then we start doing things that I can do anything. And that because I prey on the desperation of people, I can do anything that I want. Now, you can imagine, they sit in this chair. People come from everywhere to come and see somebody she's the reincarnation of Mary. Meanwhile, like you say, the motif on her dress is of a white woman. What are you telling me? Logic flies out the window.
And we remember that the disaster that happened in Tanzania during the Babu Waloliondo. You remember that guy who could heal people from... you remember how those who were taking antiretroviral drugs stopped taking them?
Then they stopped taking them, they died.
Then they died because they believed that man could do some magic and miracles, We have so many examples. We just refuse not to act whenever these things do happen. And one begs the question, when will the authorities or us as a people just finally see people for who they are?
Who they are, absolutely. Kenneth said, she has rights. She's Nafula, but identifies as the Virgin Mary. Sawa. I have rights, but identify as a peacock. Can you stop me? Seriously. If I decide I'm a peacock, who is to say that I'm not? For crying out loud, man. Honestly, we need to take these things, not with a grain, not with a pinch, but with a wheelbarrow of salt. Because some things happen. Where? Can we look at some other stories before we get wrapped up?
Judy na Johnny.
Judy na Johnny, Nafula na
Wekulo. John Wekulo. Okay. We talk about governors and MPs on maintenance levy, 10 billion shillings, right? So after hours of back and forth between lawyers Peter Wanyama and Awad Mubarak on whether governors and MPs should sit and talk their way out of the roads maintenance money impasse, the county chiefs finally had their day with a win. Now, yesterday morning, Justice Lawrence Mugambe informed Wanyama, who was representing the governors, and Awad, who was in court for the National Assembly, that he was ready with his judgment but had given their clients a chance to resolve the issue out of court for a win-win outcome. Now, however, Wanyama said most governors agreed that MPs had nothing to offer but were illegally denying counties the 10 billion shillings. Awad, who was accompanied by lawyer Peter Kaluma, claimed that representatives of both parties had met Wednesday and made some progress. He asked for more time. The judge ordered all parties to appear in person, stating that the issue was like a Tower of Babel. He then made up his mind to read his verdict, and the MPs did what? Lost. Justice Mugambe ruled that the National Assembly's decision to unilaterally remove or fail to provide for county governments as beneficiaries of funds from the Road Maintenance Levy Fund was illegal and unconstitutional. According to him, MPs had devised a scheme to undermine devolution by enacting laws that were silent on the role of devolved units in maintaining county roads. The judge noted that Section 47 of the Kenyan Constitution Act No. 2 of 2007, as read with the first schedule of the same act, is unconstitutional and undermines devolution because it fails to clearly define counties or categorize them as urban or rural. We keep saying the Constitution is clear. Job of a member of parliament is, help me, legislation, oversight, representation.
Yes, please.
Yes. When we talk about matters to do with road maintenance, the county has processes, has institutions to do what? To do that job. MPs sit in the National Assembly and legislate, oversight, and represent.
Yeah. Oh, sour.
Yeah.
Yeah, it's true. Anthony, yeah, Weetabix Church of the Holy Milk. I'm telling you, watch me. I have a church very soon. It's the end of an era, the end of free education near as funding drops. It sounds alarmist, but it's another story that we're looking into this morning. And it breaks my heart if this actually could be. Parents could soon be thrust at the center of financing their children's education. Remember, this is in the public sector. After enjoying more than 2 decades of free primary and free secondary school education. Now, if we just take the first paragraph of that story, I don't think we realize the heaviness of that there are very many children in school today, many children in school today because of free primary education. And even that in itself is not completely free because there's still an amount that you bring to school. But that what Mwai Kibaki did was revolutionary in the sense that it filled the classrooms and that people got a stab at an education. If it's the only thing that he would be remembered for, it was a fantastic thing. Yes. Now to clamp back on those gains because of funding issues where we could actually find the money if we were serious about it, I think is very, very sad. Now, Julius Ogamba has not minced these words in terms of saying they don't know where they're going to be able to get this money from to fund it today. We're not talking about the 60 billion that is owed in capitation and all these other things. We're talking about funding education today moving forward. So yesterday, he shocked the country when he signaled at a cost-sharing plan where he called for a review on financing of schools in the country. The only cost-sharing plan that you could possibly have is where parents take back some of that responsibility and the state takes on some others. So it's like we're looking down that rabbit hole, that it's very possible that the payment of school fees in public institutions will return. I remember, I think I was in and out of Kenya at that time when free education started. And I think I remember reading a couple of those reports, and it was crazy. The first few months, everybody was in school. And so for me, I didn't think that the schools are so packed. I thought, where were all these children when education was not free? That meant that there were children who were out of school, and suddenly the schools are teeming with students. And so I said, well, this is great because then you get a chance to educate your children. Now, this, not being able to find funding for them to go to school, puts my head back into that space where I'm thinking, oh my God, all those children who suddenly got a chance to go to school for the last 22 years, what's going to happen to them because they can't afford it?
Because remember, if you compare back, our life was relatively affordable back in the days.
Yeah.
Today, as we speak, life is expensive. It is more difficult today for a parent to fully shoulder the burden of taking their children to school. That means if what the cabinet secretary is proposing gets to happen, we'll actually see many more children stay out of school. But that notwithstanding, Ndu, we keep talking about the education sector receiving the biggest capitation in the country, 638 billion shillings. Where does this money go to? Why do we have 60 billion shillings over a decade that has not been paid to schools? Where are our priorities? Why Kibaki made sure that education is front and center and a priority item in his government? When did that change?
I think Julius Ogamba did a very brave thing, and it sounds crazy that I would say that, but he did a very brave thing because we've been here asking questions for the last 5 years, asking questions like what on earth is happening with this sector. He did a very brave thing by coming out and saying, look, truth of the matter is that we just don't have the money. Where does it go? You don't have an audit of education funds in the last I don't know how many years. You don't have an audit. You don't know where the money went. You actually do not know. Do you remember, lest we forget, because we're going to have a lest we forget conversation at 7 o'clock with Kabando Wakabando, but lest we forget that 10,000 schools were supposed to have been, classrooms were supposed to have been constructed by the end of 2024. Crickets?
Zero.
I think we were at just over 5,000 in December. We've not had that conversation anymore. You mean to tell me that they were going to have ring-fenced funds to finish 5,000 more classrooms and capitation had not been sent for the first term, at least by the end of May? Had not been completed? We started, by the end of March. Had not been completed at that time. You mean to tell me that funds were then set aside to complete 5,000 classrooms? I think he did a brave thing by finally standing up and saying, you know what, guys? We can't do this. We're not able to do this because either we can't find the funds, don't know where they went, don't know who took them, or we're not going to be able to budget the funds that we need to actually finance education. It's a real conversation. And if your children can't go to school, you have no business doing anything else.
Remember, free education in the country, majority of the students, the big bulk of children go to public schools. And these are the same schools that offer free education. Today what happens is that a huge percentage, up to 30-40% of these children might not go back to school because parents will not be able to afford that. I don't know what the government is planning on telling Kenyans on the promise of ensuring that education is provided to the children of this republic as a right.
Dennis, I don't think people should keep quiet. I don't think parents and I don't think people should keep quiet and say, oh, okay, government has said there's no money. Okay. Government said there's no capitation, that we have to pay more. Okay. Every time they come out and it's blow after blow after blow, and the resilience of Kenyans just keeps taking the blow, just keeps taking every blow that comes. Every single blow you take it. Now they've come to tell you that it's possible that we will not have free education anymore. And then Kenyans are expected to just sit back and say, okay, we'll take it again. And I think no. At some point, something has got to give where you say, come on, guys, you fiddle with everything else. Don't fiddle with the education of our children. You can't allow this to happen under the cover of why?
Essentially, what the cabinet secretary just told parents, if I just paraphrase him, is parents, if you don't pay for education, stay with your children at home. It is none of our business, whatever happens.
Where?
It is none of our business. One would argue that we do not have funds and whatnot, but another question would be, even when the government said they wanted to build these schools, there was a plan around it. There was a budget that would accompany the statements that were given. So if the government has been unable to deliver on the promise that it gave to the people, then they should come back and tell us, we are unable to provide these classes because of A, B, C, D. We are unable to give capitation as expected because of A, B, C, D. Failure to do that, then questions start emanating that the government just does not care about its people, and the government has its priorities in the wrong places.
Yeah, absolutely. These are the conversations we're having, and we continue with them this morning. Let's do forget with Kabando Wakabando at 7. Good morning. It's 7 a.m.
Spice up your
More dues to move by, according to a move by the Ministry of Education to announce a reduction in funds in the 2025 budget by 22 billion shillings. Speaking before the Education Committee, that is Education CS, Julius Ogamba says the limited allocation will force the ministry to increase school fees to meet the education needs of both primary and secondary school children. MPs in the committee who appeared to be pressurizing Ogamba to balance the proposal to increase fees in primary and secondary schools have said that this is the only way that will continue to improve education standards in all public schools.
And looking at whether we are able to afford the activities and seeing what can be done in that space, I think it is time to start having that conversation, and then we see how it progresses.
If you feel that at a point it may be difficult for the ministry to afford it, maybe slightly you could also introduce some kind of cost sharing activity, and you tell parents you can assist.
And this is going to be a constitutional issue, that education is free and compulsory. We need to look at it as Kenyans and agree how much is free. How much does it cost to take a child through with increased population?
Currently, secondary schools are facing the challenge of funding from the government after it delayed and reduced this allocation.
If a head of institution went ahead and procured based on a promise, that is his problem. He should not deal with a promise. 22,000 is a promise. You only deal with what hits your account.
It should be noted that a few weeks ago, the Ministry of Education announced that starting next year, parents will be forced to pay school fees, which is expected to increase the cost of education even further. If the ministry approves the increase in fees, this will mark the end of the free education system that was initiated by the late President Mwai Kibaki. Now, Nandi Hills Member of Parliament Bernard Kitur has alleged the existence of an international organ trafficking syndicate with roots in the country, which has been carrying out illegal organ transplants. The MP said the network goes beyond the Medihill group of hospitals, which has been linked to the illegal trade in the North Rift region. He claimed it is an intricate web of organized international organ trafficking syndicate, which has roped in more hospitals than those implicated. The MP, who appeared before the National Assembly Health Committee to adduce evidence on the organ trafficking probe, which began Thursday for the next 90 days, detailed the network of a well-connected dragnet of organ traffickers in Kenya and beyond.
I would categorically say Leah Chepkorir had even had to leave her home. It was even difficult for her, even in the first instance, to even do the OB. It had to involve a deputy speaker of the National Assembly here to have been able to intervene for her to have been able to do the statement. And when she reached out to me and I brought it to the floor of the House, it has not been also kind. As I finish, Honorable Chair, because I said there are many, but I actually focused on these two to get it down because I have their videos.
One clarification. Do you have any idea whether you can give it now or will give it in camera, or who were intimidating them?
I know them.
Okay, fine.
And I want to mention them not in camera because it's not hidden anymore. Of the county police commandant of Uasin Gishu and the CCIO and their team.
Muslims across the country are celebrating Eid ul-Adha festival to mark the day of Arafah, which is the 9th day in the Islamic calendar. It is a day that has great importance in the Islamic religion, where they are expected to perform the Hajj pilgrimage, where Muslims around the world travel to the city of Mecca in Saudi Arabia. In this worship, millions of Muslims dressed in white ihram clothes perform the ritual of standing before God. Now, this worship is filled with prayers to ask for forgiveness from God, while those who have not reached Arafah celebrate this festival by fasting, eating and drinking.
It's really great. We are praising Allah for whatever He has given us and what we hope to have here and thereafter.
That's the news wire. I'm Leah Ubaga.
SpiceFM, Nakuru.
Good morning, and I love your show.
Thank you.
Having come from a Kikuyu radio background, I migrated to Spice because of the content.
I was born in a slum, but somehow I got a break in life. So sometimes when you see the sweating coming out because of the passion and whatever it is, behind the noise, there are people, and we share the same umbilical cord.
It shouldn't be like that. I am so disappointed. We used to tell Honorable Raila Amolo Odinga that he's doing politics of conmanship, and even President Uhuru Kenyatta, serikali hii ndio iko na conmanship ya hali ya juu. You cannot promise people that you reduce tax, then you double.
In politics, there is the issue of trust. For you to turn around and then stab the same people who gave you that trust, there is no other level of dishonesty. Imabo, utaona dunia tu.
The Situation Room, Kenya's biggest conversation.
Waliletea fujo Moi mpaka wakapata cooperation. Wakakuja wakasumbua Kibaki mpaka wakachukua nusu mkate. Wamekuja wakazungusha Uhuru hapo mpaka wakaenda na handshake, program yetu ikapotea, BBI ikaendelea, tukazama, tukaingia kwa madeni. Sasa mimi nimewaambia, hii serikali hii, mimi nawaambia hii serikali ni ya mahasla. Hakuna nusu mkate, hakuna handshake, hakuna hiyo borojo.
Jana nimeona wale wazee tulishinda. Ati hiyo mzee akisema ati he'll not be coerced or intimidated to joining our government. Wewe mzee sikia. We have no business within our government. Hatuna haja na hatugojei wewe. We are not looking for you and we have no time. Stop saying that people can force you to come to this government. Forget about being forced or coerced. We are not interested because sisi tuko na kazi ya kufanya.
Kama kuna mtu ako na namba ya William Ruto, alikodi hii video mtumie. Maisha yangu tangu nizaliwe sijawahi kuona mtu muongo, mfisadi, baradhuli, dabdabina kama William Samoei Ruto. Mimi Hassan Joho nikitaka kuongea, mimi I don't even dream of engaging with them. Ati huyu akitaka aje ongee sio na mimi niongee na Ruto nini? Mimi nikamtafute atanipa nini? Wilbaro. I wonder. Nilipeleka Wilbaro mimi la kimtaani la kucheza nalo zamani.
We have a choice to reject over 60% of these names or give President Ruto his skunk. Apart from a few individuals who are not even more than 8, the rest are incompetent, unqualified, have integrity issues, are people who cannot deliver this country from where it is to the next level that we want the country to move in.
A few moments later.
Now forwarded the name of John Mbadi Ngongo to the Ministry of National Treasury and Economic Planning. The Honorable Hassan Ali Joho, Ministry of Mining, Blue Economy and Maritime Affairs.
The Situation Room, Kenya's biggest conversation.
Mature, intelligent talk every morning. Spice up yourself. Morning Mornings done right. 94.4 Spice FM, Nairobi.
It's 9 minutes after 7 o'clock, and this is Kenya's biggest conversation. It's the Situation Room. Ndu and Dennis with you this morning, and Eid Mubarak, of course, to everybody celebrating. And as we get into the holiday that is Friday, still these conversations continue, and necessary for us to continue to have them. We're getting into a session that we will have around remembering certain things, and we're going to be talking in a few minutes with Kabando wa Kabando, and even as we do that, we're coming to the place whereby certain things cannot be forgotten, and I shudder to think that over the last couple of days, the tribal trumpet has been blown in a manner that I thought had been dying down, and that folks seem to be part of this concert, which is a bit worrying. And that after the events of the weekend, where the president did make a visit to certain counties, and what we saw happening in different stadia and the things that were said and listened to, that we then hear the tribal card indeed being played, and folks are asking questions and people are saying things in a certain manner that is a bit worrying in terms of where Kenyan psyche is, or where the thinking really is. That should we actually be focusing on tribal issues of where people are from and what they deserve or not deserve, as opposed to the things that actually affect us in society?
I mean, the country is at a point where a lot needs to be discussed. We talk about tribalism in the country, and while each and every Kenyan has the right to be proud of where it is they come from, it gets to be a problem when politics takes advantage of tribalism and disenfranchises some people in the country based on that card. And it's a problem that has existed in the country for a very, very, very long time. And perhaps it's about time we started having conversations and finding a solution to this problem, because if we don't, then it is a problem that will continue hindering us from achieving and realizing the aspirations that the Constitution has for the people of Kenya, you know?
Indeed. Joining us on the line this morning is politician Kabando wa Kabando, and we say a very good morning to you. Good morning. Hello, good morning.
Good morning to you. How are you all?
Very well, and how are you doing?
I'm doing fine.
Well, Karibu Sana, and thank you for joining us this morning. I mean, albeit I know that you had to be in a different part of the country at the moment, but it's glad that we can get your insights and be part of this conversation today.
Karibu Sana, and glad to be here.
Thank you so much. I mean, just looking at things that have happened over the last couple of days, and you being in a position whereby, as a politician, as somebody who has always spoken around the issues of what we should actually be focusing on, not necessarily, where you're from, but what you can actually do to lurch the country forward. What are your thoughts about a lot of what we've seen? And lest we forget, is something that you talk about all the time, and we do here as well, that lest we forget what tribal politics and tribal innuendo and conversations actually did to this country about a decade or so, a little bit more over that ago. What are your thoughts about a little bit of what we are seeing happening today, and what are the things that we ought to be careful about?
Thank you very much for having me in this conversation, and it is very important that we do reflect on Kenya's history in leadership, particularly post-colonial, what has been happening and what has blocked Kenya's path to prosperity. Everybody you talk to who comes from outside, particularly Africa, praises Kenya as a nation that is very uniquely placed geographically, a country that has very rich diversity, and a nation of a people who are very hospitable, people who are very warm, welcoming. And of course, we can't forget that even in critical times in the past, global surveys have always placed Kenya at the top as a very optimistic community, a people who have a lot of hope and resilience, who can rematch the rebirth our motherland with a lot of hope, a lot of strength, and confidence. Now, when you talk about what is happening with the ethnic voices and the obvious cries for people to be at the center of national leadership and politics, it's a really complex question. Because one, in a very universal way and in a broader context, the Constitution of Kenya does recognize in the very beginning that community of interests is important, that people coming together in their neighborhoods, in their places of work, in their institutions, may they be educational or otherwise, is recognized, enshrined in the Constitution, and it is promoted. The spirit and letter. So that's important to recognize that there's absolutely nothing wrong with the people coming forward, even in the ethnic identities. In fact, the same Constitution talks about our heritage, celebrating our culture, our heritage, and therefore even promoting ethnic languages and promoting culture and the heritage of our people is important. Now, on the flip side, is where the dominant ethnic groups, and in this case, you will talk about the Kalenjin, the Kikuyu, the Luo, to a small extent, even the Kamba. Those that are the Luyas, those that are the frontiers in terms of numbers, numerical numbers. We easily forget that we are not only 5 groups. We have many smaller and the smallest. They are the Ogiet, they are the Trombos,
many small ones, Yeah.
Yes. So when we are talking about ethnicity, if you go today and challenge even adults, people even of my age, to name all the 42 ethnic groups, it will be very difficult for many people. In fact, I guess that very few would go beyond number 10. They will start struggling. They will just talk about the Somali here, they talk about the Kalenjin there and all that. So the flip side, as I said, is that those who are numerically superior to others sometimes may assume, and I say they may, in regard to the leaderships, not the numbers of the innocent populaces that traverse the country, that are mingling and integrated in the country. So we who are at the front and who are loud and who are prominent would easily search the ethnic card because we want to mobilize our numbers behind us, and then we also want to dominate. And this question has also come. Yesterday I was reading a report from the media, and it's an official report of a government survey, or rather an official examination of domination in a company. Kenyan company, it's a national company, and you'll find that 50% of employees there, even in the Kenya revenue, sometimes even in the official civil service, in the bureaucracy, that domination, and it is bad for the country, it's dangerous for the country, and even these fights that are evident from election cycle to the other. Anyway, let me say all the times, because we start campaigns immediately after the other election, which is not criminal, which is okay. People do what they want. It's democratic. But it's like a competition of 3 or 4 groups. It is not a competition that involves the people who are in Nordhor, the Lysamis. It is not a competition that involves people who are somewhere in Kilifi, or the interior parts of Baringo, if I want to mention that, the sub-tribe. is a competition of the big wigs, and big wigs in the context again of numbers.
So Kabando, can I ask you that you're saying essentially that even this tribal card that we're talking about that's being played, that it just happens to be that there happen to be powerful people, whether that power is brought about by, economic advantage or whatever, that there happen to be powerful people who happen to be from particular tribes and they use that to their advantage?
Yes, that's exactly what I'm saying. Because look at even the delegations that go to see a president in Kenya, the current and even the previous president. Mostly you will not hear of a delegation of the smallest ethnic groups who are culturally distinct and who are recognizable by their ethnic traits. So it's always a mobilization of geographical groups, or because of the electoral domination, or the individuals who are elite at the top. If you take, for instance, a quick examination of the delegation that goes to see President seeking development, which is of course guaranteed in the constitution to canvass for government resources to come to certain areas. You'll find it is the politicians who are elected, the former politicians who have been appointed or elected in those areas. It is groups that are loud in politics. Yet, if you go to countryside across the entire nation, you look out for developmental initiatives. And I can say this with confidence, having had opportunity to be in one electoral unit for some time. The enduring development projects that I can now see that are maybe regarded as they were done that particular time, I'm not the one who initiated. And this for a fact, it is individuals within communities who come forward with the proposals about water, about irrigation, about keeping dairy goats, about rearing rabbits, and so on and so forth. And these are not features that dominate in these conversations when they are gathered and when they are mobilized. So it may not always be for the people. It is mostly for the elite. I was yesterday looking at the people who are speaking at the parley, I'll call it parley, a meeting of rivals at the State House yesterday from one county in Nyanza. Let me be specific, in Nyanza. And the people who are taking the front seats are not necessarily the community leaders from every groups from that Nyanza county. They were mostly the politicians, current and the former. So it was a display of, we have harvested this politician who was our rival in 2022. This one who served the other regime, we have brought them on board. Is a plethora or a gathering of politicians seeking to reconcile among themselves.
Kabando, as a country continues to deal and grapple with tribalism and ethnicity in the country, well, the Constitution recognizes our ethnic groups and recognizes them in the Constitution. How then can Kenyans themselves change the trajectory and the conversations around what it is they want? And even if we're talking in terms of different groups coming together, tribes discussing on what it is they want to be done, that it is not a card for politicians to divide the country, but recognizing that it is a right under the Constitution we have been recognized, but it is not a tool that will determine who gets development, who does not get development, because as you say, development is a right for every Kenyan. How do we deal with that problem and ensure that Kenyans get it, politicians get it, so that we are all on the same table?
Last year, 2022, was a very important turning point in the national conversation about public affairs and the public accountabilities. If we want to change, and indeed change is inevitable one way or the other, sometimes a reversal. going back to the worst times in the past, sometimes also going to the past glory and causing a national rebirth. One way to do it is to have a memorandum of agreement with the electorate ahead of elections. Make it very loud. Make it very radical. Let me give an example. If we do, and we shall, get an accountability charter, a charter, that agreement of the do's and the don'ts ahead of elections, and it is popularized, and it becomes an avalanche, a momentous phase in Kenya, where we go to elections, we know we have the constitution, we know all you need to succeed in Kenya is to abide, subscribe, abide, and oblige to the constitutional requirement that is in the letter, what is written in the constitution, and what is intended, the letter and the spirit of the constitution. But since you know that you are fallen short of that achievement, and that even now there is a lot of impunity, the fires of court of orders, imbalances in unemployment, incompetent placements, and so on and so forth, then we write our accountability charter, and it is unlike in 2002, where you have the NAC Party, National Alliance Party of Kenya, and the Moi Kibaki Wamalo and the Gilu, and the LDP, and Raila Kalonzo and the group. Now which was signed in secret. I was in that room and I did not know the content at Hilton, which was signed, and it was about power sharing. Again in 2013, I remember I was in the TNA party, which was in partnership with the Ruto, URP. Again, although I was in the camp, even in the presidential campaign, didn't know the content because it was an argument between the two individuals on behalf of the two parties, saying they are going to have 50-50 sharing in the cabinet. Come to 2022, except the announcement where I was also present at KICC on the 15th of May 2022 when Raila was naming Karua as running mate, and he mentioned about 5 individuals who will be given cabinet slot, and he said even the specific cabinet slot that those individuals would be given. The actual final details that may have happened between Raila and the then incumbent President Uhuru, Jubilee's party, and the other parties. And exactly what happened even in Ruto's agreement, sharing of the seats in the cabinet and in the National Assembly in the Senate. Those details belonged to a smaller group of people, maybe the presidential candidates and their closest confidants.
And isn't that the problem? I'm sorry, but isn't that the problem, though, that the fate of millions of people essentially is decided by a small cabal of people who, for all intents and purposes, whether perception or reality, that are more interested in their personal gains or their personal positioning as opposed to the overall well-being or livelihood, uplifting of the people. And I'm taking this and I'm going directly to some of the things that we've seen you, Kabando, post recently on socials, where you talk about rights to freedom, rights to expression, where we talk about securing livelihoods for Kenyans and making sure that the estate or the character of the Kenyan people is actually held sacred as the one thing that you must then go into leadership to protect. So you're drawing that example and talking about people, a small group of people sitting and having a conversation, essentially sealing the fate of a nation. And we seem to forget that in this day and age that that is the cry from the hearts of many Kenyans today, that remove this secret mission agenda, remove this small group of people agenda, and open up this conversation if we're actually going to lurch forward. And I don't know what your thoughts are around that.
Now, actually, I was coming to state a suggestion as a way forward, and that's why I mentioned the accountability charter. Is a term, as I said, fall under that general agreement, which may redeem or which can resolve some of these problematic realities we have in the national leadership, because it's all about the leadership. Once the leadership is sorted out and it's okay, then we go forward. If we sit, and I said we shall, because there is an effort that some of us are involved in, which may not be unveiled at this stage, but it will be canvassed. And in that accountability charter, we address the following, for instance: national appointment. Do Kenyans know that almost without exception, the dominant political leaders have their families and kin and the cronies nominated to national parliament, to regional parliament, to executives, to diplomatic missions, and so on and so forth. So if an agreement is now written, and we converse, and we know you are our presidential flag bearer in the 2027 elections, you are a signatory to a very publicized and a very promoted agreement in the wards, in the 1,450 electoral wards in the country, in the 290 constituencies, everywhere in the counties. Then that matter is canvassed that there shall not be an appointment without the approval of this organ or the other organ, and in fact, it can be pre-election agreement and then list of those young people, because we also want to anchor at the mainstream and enhance the leadership of the younger generation, because we are all in agreement that they are the torch bearers and they are flag bearers in terms of this non-violent proactive revolution. Then that issue of nepotism will have been resolved.
Yeah, Kabando, you've mentioned something very important in terms of pre-election charters and agreements that we have seen have happened before. If you remember, before the Kenya Kwanza government, pretty much President William Ruto went across the country, signed charters with everyone on his promises with regard to the manifesto that he was selling to Kenyans. But
it was a market, it was fallacious, because I come from a county, 019, Njeri County. There is, if you go to the grassroots and you ask those who are officials or delegates at the venue where the county conversations were held, it was just a political mobilization of individuals facilitated with the money, and then elites traveled from Nairobi, so-called economic and political advisors, and then they say, we have come with this Njeri charter, what shall we do? Who knows now what was discussed in Njeri and what were the exact agreements? It was just political rhetoric from Njeri to Lamu to Marsabit, Isiolo, and other parts of the country.
Which then begs the question, how then do we ensure that these charters and agreements that people get into before the elections are actually upheld, because then it forms the basis upon which people are elected into government? How do we ensure that the politics that is being played is politics of truth, of respect, and not conmanship?
Now, to do that, if you are holding the ward and the constituency and even the county platforms or the forums, and there has been a very intense campaign of delegating, so that the meetings are not just impromptu, called previous evening, and then you call them public hearings like the ones we have now. You also see the public hearings you have even about the national budget and other public legislations. We mobilize very well. First of all, we emphasize very much about putting the actual detail to that document, and that detail is in the media, like this media, SpiceFM. It is on the social media. It is on the physical platform where the meetings are being held in those smallest electoral or administrative units, the sub-locations, or the ones, as I said, the locations. If it is made very popular as a manifesto, remember, can I remind you, in 2000, a few months, maybe 2 months or 3 months before 2002 elections, there was a public pronouncement. I was in a small group called Demo 2000, and then a professional club that was in the NAC campaign, the Rainbow campaign. And I remember at the Intercontinental Hotel, and the live on radio, then was a citizen dominant. Mwai Kibaki, the flag bearer for the National Rainbow Coalition, read a paper as a promise. He talked about the 100 days. His first 100 days in office. So it was, although not in the level that I'm talking about, that should be in 2025, 26, 27, it was a voice and a message that people sat, listened word for word in a paid airtime, and listened and concluded the things that the candidate has said he will do and his team will do. And one of the key, actually the key that made the arrivals call a press conference at Norfolk Hotel a few hours later was about the free primary education. And remember, that was implemented on day one because it was very popularized, and people did not wait to go to be recruited in the villages. People, even an 8-year-old Kemani Maruge, they deliver themselves to classrooms, making records in the Guinness Book of Records. So, if we do that popularization, then the key word here is popularizing. If we popularize, and then, for instance, let me give you 3 lists. Let me give you, not even 3 lists. Let me give 50 lists.
Okay. 50 then.
No, 50 only in the forward.
Okay.
The county assemblies, that is 1. The National Assembly, that is 2. The Senate, that is 3. And IALA, the East African Legislative Assembly, that is 4. Because if you give a list, nominated a list according to the people who are active and who deserve, and you negotiate with the groups, lobby groups, you negotiate with the millennials, with the Gen Zs particularly, you will not have these politicians who nominate their sons and daughters in a nepotistic way, okay, in a chronologistic way,
yes,
to these 4 governance institutions. If again we had a list or list given pre-election about candidates who are credible, who qualify, who are suggested by parties on top as possible administrators in the constitutional commissions and in other important government appointments. That would be easy. It is done elsewhere, even in America, they do that. Like I remember, we had an ambassador here called Simid Hempstone. If you read The Rogue Ambassador, his book, The Rogue Ambassador, he was here in 1980 and he was very transformative. He knew that if the president then, the candidate then, Republican, George Walker Bush, won, he would be won against Jimmy Carter. He would be appointed as an ambassador to Kenya. He was a journalist, but that was something negotiated ahead. And even in the caucus of the Republicans, they knew this is happening, and this can happen. In terms of that area, we can do that. Another area, let me just say this area, the area of impunity and corruption.
Yeah, we
should be able before elections to negotiate. We know we are not 100%, but we should be 100%. It is not. There's nothing impossible in a country having 100%. People without blemish occupying important seats in the country. It has happened elsewhere. It has happened in Malaysia. If you read the book called, A Doctor in the House by Mohammed Mahathir, the former leader in Malaysia, or you read the book about Singapore, from that to fast forward in a generation by Lee Kuan Yew. It happened. So if that argument ahead states, and this person is voted on that platform. For instance, we currently review ask, people would expect these administrators to fight the corruption. Did they promise they are going to fight the corruption? No. In fact, they say corruption is not our priority. So if we make it a priority, it's about the elections, it's about the people, it's about the electorate. It is not always about the leader making that agreement or that promise. So we can also initiate that. This is part of the civic education.
Indeed. Kabando, I think that's a question for a lot of folk, because the understanding, I think, is across board that folks understand that, there is a certain level of participation that you must engage in. And then there's an even higher level of participation that then is demanded of people if you're really going to have a people-centered governance. And then when you talk about things like corruption and impunity that we see, which is the problem in a lot of the areas where we talk about there's no funding today to be able to do 1, 2, 3, where we speak about because certain people are then being taken care of and others are not. It's a fundamental issue when it comes to then our lack of progression. The question is, can you attend to it today and take a break tomorrow? And they say, okay, well, we can then be involved in this fight against corruption next week. I don't have time today, maybe sometime next month. Is it something that you can do on the day that you choose, or must it be a constant accountability journey that we're on to ensure that this vice actually reduces and then eventually is eliminated?
It is something that can be consistent. It's not something that people can procrastinate. They do procrastinate, but for it to be a rallying call, you have to have, even if not majority, but loud enough and strong enough voices that will propagate that. There must be the promoters, the agitators for that. I didn't go back, lest we forget, that the many decisions that were made to reform the governance. There was even a department created in the NAC administration first term for the governance of public institutions. The focus on the judiciary. You remember even the surgery in the judiciary. The new constitution was also a promise, although it was delayed, and the referendum of 2005 collapsed, and then we had a problem in 2007 because the memorandum of understanding was not implemented, and it was between the elite minorities, of course, leaders of our political parties then in the opposition. So it's something that can, and you know why people, even politicians, including myself, and the bigwigs, and I mean our political party leaders, are always talk in favor of the Gen Zs, and when a Gen Z is arrested, like happened with Njeri recently, you found her being, represented in court.
Yes.
By Chief Justice Emeritus David Maraga, as Chief Justice, the second Chief Justice under the new dispensation of Constitution Kenya 2010, and the 11th Vice President, Senior Counsel, Kalonzo Musyoka was there. The battalion of the gallant Law Society of Kenya, led by President Faith Odhiambo, they were all there, and over 100 lawyers in court, and in the courts across the country, people are looking out to see whether she was going to be producing in the courts. Otherwise, that kind of zeal is happening because of the momentous journey, the initiative, the bold initiative by the Gen Zs in 2024 against the oppressive finance bill that was being enacted. That even made the president dissolve an entire cabinet except one.
There's an insight There's an insight, Kabado, that I would like us to listen to. It's a caller who's on the line and wants to share something. Then we'd like to come back and get your thoughts about what they have to say. Diru Shah calling in from Nairobi. Diru, what are your thoughts this morning? Good morning.
Good morning.
Yes.
I'm really happy to talk to you people. Number one point is, do we want to stop corruption? That is first. To remove the corruption, we have to stop printing the money, and only digital money will be accepted by everybody. Smallest person has got M-Pesa account, and reducing the cost of M-Pesa is to remove all the taxes on M-Pesa. So everybody will start using M-Pesa or any digital money. So all the corruption money, which is hard cash, will be removed. That is on a lower scale of policemen and all those people. The rest, upper guys, until Parliament only deals with the laws and things, not with donations or going to churches, should be stopped totally when they carry cash money. That's my view.
Thank you very much for your thoughts. So just coming back to you, Kabando, just to then be able to hear what... this is the thing, there's a willingness across board to stop it, and it is across board. And they're just, intertwining that with some thoughts that we're getting here, where there's one that has come through again that says, you know what, if we just all follow the rule of law, if we follow the rule of law across board, from those who are not in leadership to those who are across board, if we follow the rule of law, we eliminate to a great degree all of these issues that we see. Your thoughts?
Now, I think the point that may be hiding behind this conversation is the importance of threat. The threat, when you are threatened and there can be action on you, then you abide. Why do you have the rule of law? It is so that it guides and it also controls, inhibits the checks and balances. Why do you have bylaws in a neighborhood, in urban areas? It's so that people living together can create regulations that will say you cannot dump your garbage at the common area. You have to put it in a covered area and pay for the service charge and so on and so forth. Why do you have a code of conduct in the corporations? It is so that people know that there are certain things, although your rights enshrined in the Constitution and inherent rights given to you by your Creator, that where you are righted, also other rights start for other individuals. I'm talking about threat, the factor of threat.
Yeah.
That, for instance, why did the call and the promise of last year, when the cabinet was being entirely dissolved, except one person, be reversed? It's because we went back to the factory settings, or rather the leadership went to factory settings, because they imagined that the threat have subsidized, so submerged. So you are talking to this person in the Gen Z movement, in the uprising by the young people, you compromise this other one, use intelligence to compromise another one, you talk to this politician nominates his 4 people to the cabinet, you talk to another politician who purports to represent a certain region or rather dominate the politics of that region, you get others. So you minimize the threat and then you move forward. So what we need to create is a threat, a permanent threat, before elections and after elections. And that threat, as I said, is if there's so strong movement and we promote what was, without apology, I will repeat again, the Gen Z movement. Although I'm not a Gen Z, I'm a part of the Gen Zs. We subscribe to it fully, and we make it so strong an iron core that even candidates who are going to be contesting for the presidency and other seats, we know people have their limitations. Even some people have their dark spots. That people are made to make full disclosures, for instance, of their wealth, and make an accountability about their shortcomings when they were given opportunity in the past in certain dockets. And those others who have not had that opportunity, make that promise solemnly in those very grassroots campaigns, coming forward with so much energy and dominating the airwaves, electronic and even verbal, such even bands in the forest who sing that song.
Kabando, you've mentioned something about the Gen Z and the need for everybody to speak up. Yet we live in a country where public participation is a right, freedom of expression is a right given to us by the Constitution, that even our listeners say if we just follow that, our country will move in the right direction. But today, we know the case of Njeri, what happened to her when she was participating and encouraging Kenyans to participate on the same. And here comes the threat of, if you speak, I will deal with you. How then do we operate in a country where Kenyans are not respected, the constitution is not respected, and the need for Kenyans to keep on pushing, because then again, like then the Gen Zs would say, Kenya, your home.
Now that example you have given, look at it in another way. I am in a total agreement with that question. It's a rhetorical and very fitting, very nice. Then look at it in another way. Why did issue of Njeri become very, very important at the public, and she was not taken to a certain dark room and taken to court, and there was not even a lawyer to represent her? Why was the country yearning for her release? Why has she become a global news item? The public participation that happened immediately she was arrested. And that's why I mentioned even about the unprecedented representation in court by lawyers who have a very special status. Now, that public participation about the Njeri release and the offer, I remember the president of the Law Society, the gallant Faith Odiebo, saying, she has been located and our members will be in court. By members, she meant those chief judges, those vice presidents, anybody who belongs to the role of advocate of the Law Society of Kenya. If we make it, because in the end, after we make the criticism, like I do, and others do, after we cry, like I do and others do, and many others who even weep and get even, harmed because of this crusade. In the end, it will be about people's choice, and the formula changed so that there's that agreement and expectation. But as I said, even if the current president goes away, and he goes with the entire regime and he voted all the 208 MPs and the 47 senators and governors and whatever, and then we do not have a distinct clarion call that is different from the incumbent, and that was also accorded to, agreed. You remember we had a national accord after the post-election violence of 0708 that made certain appointments made so that there was ethnic balance and there was a participation and there was, and we even created a National Cohesion and Integration Commission so that it can survey and ensure that we have balances, whether they are succeeding or not.
It's a totally different kettle of fish, Kabando. Indeed.
Absolutely. So what we need to do, in my own small thinking, limited thinking, because this must involve all of us and many people, and of course ideas must be shared, is to have a very serious movement that involves all these other parties. If today Kenyans rose, and they rose in all the 47 counties like they did last year, June, and said, we don't want this to happen, there's no way the government will insist for something to continue. The impunity we see by the merchant of impunity, the economic machineries we are experiencing from state corporation to state, from national social security fund, even a reception desk costing millions, or the invasion of Karura Forest and Gong Forest and other areas, or even what you are saying in the national budget year in year about allocation of so-called renovations of state house and also the deputy president residence, and anyways for a slash fund for taking. I think this will continue unless, Professor Garimada once said, people get the leaders they deserve. She ended up being celebrated globally, and even a key road in the CBD named after her for her defense of Karura Forest, Uhuru Park, and other part of the country, the conservation of environment. But remember, she was rejected as a member of parliament when she was still a Nobel laureate.
Yes.
In terms of the elections. And remember, she also had contested the presidency before. And remember, in the memorandum of understanding, despite her being a pioneer PhD in the continent, female, she wasn't a full cabinet minister. She was an assistant to other ministers because other factors play part. The pre-election agreement, if it is clear and it is pronounced about these holders or positions from the smallest units, as I said, about appointment democracy, they were put in a black and white, in a bold and underlined, highlighted nicely, that is when we can realize that change. Otherwise, we will complain. We'll do our activism that we do, digital activism that you and I and other people do. The complaints we make, like I'm making here on the media. But beyond this, the noises, beyond our lamentations, we cannot rewrite the book of Lamentations in the Bible. It is written already.
Indeed. The book of Lamentations is already written. And, you know, I've written about this and said a number of things. But then history also, I think, will be a judge for such that I'm about to say now. There is not a revolution. There is not a change in God. There is not a change in the way of doing things that has ever been achieved on this earth that has not been a painful, chaotic process. That there has never been a change of God. There has never been a change in the modus operandi that takes you from mediocre or poor to good or better, that has not had a state of friction. That the people who say government and policy is done in the boardroom, but revolution is done on the streets, they know what they're talking about. If we look at progressive societies or jurisdictions today, what we call progressive, by whomever chooses those definitions, that if we look into their history, that there are certain things that had to happen. There was something that broke the camel's back that said, okay, fine, this thing needs to happen, this eruption needs to occur for us to then be able to see a clear level playing field. We can't lament. It, like you said, the book of Lamentations has already been written. We cannot lament, but something needs to be done. Something needs to crack. Because if we keep stepping flirting with stepping on the gas as opposed to stepping on the gas, we'll just be revving. We're not moving. Does something significant need to happen for us to realize this thing that everybody is looking for?
Yes, that it can be a very unpopular, significant thing to happen. Making leaders accountable before they assume office. Let people make declarations about their material wealth. Let them make declarations, and they are made to accord to the declarations in public places, not in hotel boardrooms, not in party headquarters, but in public rallies, whether you are going to stadiums or you are going to other open fields. Let them sit there, indicate that, once I become a governor in this area, or I become a president, particularly those two positions, I shall not appoint any of my family member as an appointee. I shall not appoint to public office without a due process. A due process means, people are entitled to be appointed. You cannot say that because somebody is a cousin or so and so cannot work in this area or the other area. But due process means in a way that is open. And in certain areas, you actually prescribe completely. That I shall not nominate any of my immediate family members or second line family members to a public office, for instance, in the county assembly or in the county executive or in the East African Legislative Assembly or in the national government executive or in the national parliament, as the Senate and National Assembly. Those declarations made, acceded to, and signed and witnessed and affirmed in the public would be part of the process of creating public accountability. If you ask people, and it has never been done in this country, now to say that for the first time, we shall make anybody running for public office make a full disclosure of the smallest piece of land you have in the farthest forlorn village or in a hamlet in a countryside. And these are the investments I've made. These are the shares I hold. It is actually expected. The declarations we make and submit to Parliament, which are not disclosed, that be made to be disclosed by public spirit. So that disclosure shows you, your spouse, your offspring, your immediate siblings, or even your parents, this is what they have. So that public disclosure can be scrutinized within a short span of time, and that accountability can be tracked, and the accountability process is easily trackable through the institutions that you have created, which unfortunately for now have been compromised by the state, and that's what you call it, state capture. The state, led by the presidency and the executive, go and capture the National Cohesion and Integration Commission. They put their cronies as commissioners there. They go to ECC, they do the same. We have a risk today, as we saw in a certain other newspaper, which I think you are related to, Standard newspaper.
Yes.
They had a headline that was very beautiful, showing in the graphics, so and so is connected with the so and so. And now this is going to be the chair of the so-called Independent Elections and Boundaries Commission. This other one is going to be a commissioner, was nominated by this. And the figures were there. It was very bold. It was very loud. Now, that is now making a scrutiny. If we were able to, and unfortunately time is running out for this particular issue.
Yes,
maybe we have to up our game. We have to up our game in another way. Then there was an uprising because it's the promise we signed with you, and now you have abrogated our agreement. We can make you succumb. We can make you calm down. We can make you climb down. It is possible, and this is the only way I see as getting a solution to that. A public debt. A public debt that generates a public debt. And that public debt makes you insecure in office, such that if you have that campaign and then you have an independent parliament, because parliament is a very key institution in making the government work. And the executive government, because parliament is also part of
it's just that our time comes to an end, Kamado. But the things that you've said this morning, at the very least, will prick our conscience. It would prick us to be able to think in a different direction. That a public threat then starts to be very real, and that we have to do the things that are necessary to get to the place where we need to go. It's good that we can have this conversation with you. We look forward to many more. But we want to thank you so much for joining us this morning. Not easy to do it over the phone, but you have been very gracious, and we're very, very grateful for that. Asante sana.
Asanteni sana. Mola awambariki na Mola awalinde. Kenya yetu tuilinde na tuinue. We shall overcome.
Indeed. Asante sana. Kabando wa Kabando been our guest this hour at 8:01.
Good morning. This is the news wire. I'm Leah Ubaga. Deputy President Kithure Kindiki's visit to Kambani enters its second day today. According to the schedule, this morning Kindiki will visit Migwani area in Mwingi East Parliamentary Constituency in Kitui County for an event to promote Kinamama projects before heading to Machakos area for a similar event. This comes as Wiper leader Kalonzo Musyoka is expected to lead other opposition leaders, including former Deputy President Rigathi Gachagua in Kibwezi area in Makueni County for their meeting. The visits are taking place as the two parties seek support in the county. Now, the Deputy President, during his visit that began yesterday, called on opposition leaders to stop politicking and inciting Kenyans.
Tukikuja hapa tuwaongeleshe kwa heshima, tukiwaambia sasa wakati wa kampeni umefika, tusaidieni tena wale tunataka uongozi, kutakuwa na kisirani. Kwa hivyo mimi naomba tutulize boli, tuende pole pole na tuwe sensitive, tuwe matamshi ya viongozi yalenge kuunganisha taifa letu la Kenya. Hakuna mtu ameandika barua atachaguliwa kabila gani. Sisi zote ni wa Kenya, nchi yetu ni moja.
And Kenya Union of Clinical Officers in Kilifi have announced that their strike will officially kick off at midnight. Now, the medical officers say the county government has failed to listen to their demands, blaming the county health officials, that is David Malewa and Peter Mwarogo, for failing to attend the talks that the medics called for. The National Union chairperson Peterson Washira had this to say.
Na ni vizuri pia nitaja kwa sababu walishaasilia na tunaona kwamba walikuwa na budget ya kuemploy na wameendelea kudelay. Tunauliza hizi pesa zinaenda wapi, kwa sababu mwaka wa budget unaisha tarehe 30 mwezi huu tunaanza mwaka mpya. Hii pesa kama ipo inaenda wapi? Mtu anaweka kwenye mfuko ama ni wizi?
He has also urged patients being treated at government hospitals to plan ahead.
Tunataka tuambie wagonjwa waanze kujipanga, hata wale ambao wako katika hospitali zote za Kilifi zile ambazo sisi tunafanya huduma tutazifunga, alafu ndio tuweze kurudi kwenye meza, ndio tumshinikize serikali kuweza kutusikiza na kutatua matatizo ambayo yapo.
More than 100,000 youths from 46 counties are expected to benefit from a work project that will cost the government 5 billion Kenya shillings. Speaking in Nairobi during the launch of the program, Housing PS Charles Hinga, who was accompanied by his interior counterpart Raymond Omolo, said the online registration has officially been opened and applicants have 10 days to register themselves.
Majority of the activities are going to coalesce around roads and roads-related activities. So we expect that we are going to have activities such as expansion of drainages along the roads. We are going to have even roads which are being done either from cobblestone, from cabro. There will be just footpaths that will be constructed, access roads to various public facilities.
Because you work for 10 days, you take a break for 10 days, it's an opportunity to acquire some skill, which then would allow you to do the next available job opportunity that we continue to push as an administration.
That's the news wire. I'm Leah Ubaga.
.5 Spice FM, Kisumu.
The following takes place from 6 a.m. to 10 a.m. every weekday on Spice FM.
In this country, 6 families and 8,000 Kenyans control 90% of the GDP. We are not a country. We are a plantation. We work for Ruto.
When you're telling the judges court orders are papers or they will not obey court orders, they're sitting and you're seeking orders from them. So how are they supposed to interpret it? Isn't it an oxymoron?
When you see a judiciary that seems to be under some control somewhere, you start questioning. We have very powerful governors, but they don't use their offices to serve the people.
If you are not shameful to do what you are doing, why should we protect you?
I'm human. Everybody's human. So when you're told, kuja tuongee, I mean, you'd be a fool to say, stagi kuongea. Conversations have to be had, you know?
People in leadership should only go into leadership if they are ready and willing to change the lot of the people.
The Situation Room, Kenya's biggest conversation.
Mature, intelligent talk every morning. Spice up yourself. Mornings done right. 94.4 Spice FM, Nairobi.
At 7 minutes after 8 o'clock, this is the Situation Room on this Eid al-Adha, and going into where we have a holiday, but we say that the conversation, still as important, must continue. And it's Ndu and Dennis with you this morning, and as we do, we will be getting into a conversation around a number of things. We'll be looking at what finances a nation. We'll be looking around what holds up an economy. We know what Kenya's is said to be. And even as we do that, the former governor for... sorry, just a minute. He's been in the studio. I want to start, not who he was, but he's been in the studio before when he was in a different position. He is here today and he's going to be discussing with us certain issues around World Environment Day. We're going to be looking around agriculture, which is the sector that many have told us holds up the economy. And in terms of what it actually is and what its potential really is, Dr. James Njeri is the former governor of Kiambu County. He's been here before in his capacity as governor, but now, today, is an agricultural economist, as he has always been, but sits in that position today to have that conversation with us around the finance bill, around the hits and misses in the agricultural sector, and of course, around World Environment Day. Bonyoro, good morning.
Good morning to you. How are you?
Very well, thank you. How are you doing?
I'm happy you confused governor with food security expert,
yes,
agriculture expert, because I prefer the reference to expert rather than former governor, ex-governor, late governor.
In your previous capacity.
Exactly.
A man who has very many hats now.
And that's what I was trying to, I said, okay, well, the thing is, yes, in your capacity as governor, certain things came into light. But we see that today we can still have conversations around what you tried to implement at that time and what you do today. And so that forms that conversation. Yesterday was World Environment Day. We're looking at so many things that concern what we can do with what we've been given naturally. But we'll get into that conversation in just a bit. We normally have a proverb, as you know. We go around the African continent. We land on a different country every week. And the proverbs that come from Eswatini is what we've been dealing with this week.
That small country in South Africa.
The small country
Southern Africa.
Let's say Southern Africa.
Southern Africa.
Dennis is going to share the proverb with you, and we'd love to get your interpretation of it.
So we are in Eswatini, formerly known as Swaziland. And one of the greatest thing about Swaziland that has been told to us the entire week is the ceremony where the king gets to select a new bride every year, right?
You say that. I'm not so sure that happens. Okay, fine. It happens. Okay, let's proceed.
That happens. But another glaring fact that that exists is the fact that in that country, the percentage of allocation to healthcare is 15%, which is way below what is expected. And you find that in terms of HIV rates in the country, 1 in every 4 people, one has HIV, and one would only hope that perhaps 1 in 4. 1 in 4. One would hope that perhaps maybe healthcare would be given the greatest resources to be able to deal with that issue. But then again, we only hope that things would get better. And our proverb today: a bee that is forced into the hive will not produce honey. A bee that is forced into the hive will not produce honey. You are an agricultural expert. Straight.
First of all, the bee should be allowed to decide where it goes. If it doesn't have freedom, if it doesn't have democracy, if it doesn't feel comfortable, it will only be there as a detention camp. And therefore, I think the meaning is that there has to be some internal discussion and inference in order for somebody to make a decision. And what you have talked about, for instance, is if you want to talk to the Eswatini government to increase the proportion of allocation of health in the budget, you just need to list those facts with them, and then they make the decision of whether they want to increase or not. But if you force them and tell them that 5% is the best, they will not do it. So in essence, what you're saying, instead of forcing these decisions to people, allow people to discuss, negotiate, and once they have arrived at that decision, then they'll feel comfortable, and then they'll produce honey.
Fantastic.
I hear there is no wrong answer in this program.
There's no wrong answer. There's no wrong answer.
There's no wrong answer because it's your opinion, and really your opinion can never be wrong.
Exactly.
Isn't it? So let's walk into this, shall we? Agriculture has been the number one item that we've been told over and over again that is, it's the biggest ticket item on the for the economy, driving the economy. And when we marry it with environmental issues, when we talk about climate change, when we talk about threats towards the environment, we then have to ask ourselves the questions that if we are operating in a space whereby agriculture can still be upheld as the blue-eyed boy of the economy, whereby environmental issues are not being taken into consideration. Now, we'll also be tying this in with then the budgetary policies that are then being made around this particular sector. And if we're actually really going in the direction in which we ought to, if we say agriculture is the bedrock of the economy, are we doing the things that are necessary to keep it just so? And I guess that would be the first question that we get into to launch this conversation. Are we doing the things that we need to do in light of the things that are happening in our world to make sure that agriculture remains and continues to grow and flourish?
You know, what you're asking is whether we are walking the talk. And, you know, if you look at the World Development Record, it will tell you that except 2 countries, Hong Kong and Singapore, the rest of the countries, whether you are talking about, Eastern Asia or Southeast Asia, or even Northern Asia, because there's Northern Asia, if you look at those countries, all of those countries, none, including Europe, none has developed without developing its agriculture. And what has happened is, what normally happens in the neoclassical economics is that agriculture grows, but the rest of the economy grows so fast that you would start with agriculture contributing 50% to the GDP, but services, manufacturing, finances grow so fast that agriculture will probably be contributing less than 10%. Not because it has come down into absolute terms, but because it has been outgrown. And it has provided the foundation for manufacturing, for instance, for tourism, for all the other services, that come in. So just start from there, that there is no single country except the 2 that we have talked about. Singapore is really a seaport. Hong Kong is trade and all that. No single country that has developed without developing its agriculture. And I think we have recognized that, and that is why you open any paper on talking about agriculture, and the first statement will be agriculture is the backbone of our economy. Yes. Talk to any kid in school, and they'll tell you that. But essentially, the problem really that we've had in this country is that for a long time, over the last 62 years, the agriculture sector has been neglected. Yes, we consider that it is important in our economy, but we don't put enough resources, we don't put enough programs, we don't put all the effort that we need in order to make it that important and to reflect the importance of that economy. So even before the issues of climate change came in, because climate change, we are basically talking about the real discussion and the effects of climate change. We are probably talking about 15, 20 years. Most of the people have had climate change in the last 10 years. But even before then, our agriculture sector was not doing well. If you go back, you know that in the 70s, our agriculture sector was growing at 7%. We were the first country, one of the one of the countries that had the highest adoption of hybrid maize in the 70s. Can you imagine? In the 70s, 80% of the farmers were adopting hybrid maize. That was unheard of. So in the 70s, it was growing okay. In the 80s is the Ross decade. If you follow the trend in the agriculture sector, it was a Ross decade. The 90s was the market reform. What are you reforming? There was no sector to be reformed. In essence, what was happening in the 90s was that the government was withdrawing from supporting agriculture sector, not necessarily liberalizing. There is a difference between you bringing in, allowing the private sector to come and take up some of the activities that you are doing, or totally withdrawing. And I'll give you an example, and every farmer who is listening to us will know. We had cattle dips.
Yes.
Okay, every village had a cattle dip. So, cows were taken tomorrow on Saturday to be, dipped against sticks. Okay? So what happened to cattle dips? The government withdrew from providing cattle dip, AI services, and all of that. They did not allow the private sector to come in. Okay? So cows started dying. So the 90s was that kind of pool. So when we came to the 20th now, the 20th century, the 2000s, we started suffering from all that neglect. We started now seeing the impact of climate change. What does climate change mean in agriculture? It means that First, you have higher frequency of droughts, okay? Higher frequency and higher intensity of droughts. If you look at the frequency of the droughts from the 60s, you see that the duration has come from 5 years between droughts to about 2 or 3 years, between droughts. Remember, 2022, we had one of the biggest drought in 40 years history.
Yes.
Okay.
Yeah.
Then you affecting the whole of Horn of Africa, from Djibouti all the way to Eswatini or Swaziland. Yeah. I know it as Swaziland. Some of us are older. So, so in essence, we had that high frequency of drought, the intensity of drought, but also having rains that are of higher intensity than we would imagine, causing floods, causing all of those kind of problems. Do you know? And Kenyans should reflect on this. Do you know that we have had rains in the last almost 1.5 years? No, without a single month of drought.
That's true.
Since November 2023, the whole of 2024 we've had rains. The whole of 2025, and now we are almost at the middle. We are in June. We've had rains. Okay, this was unheard of. This is the effect of climate change, El Nino, Raniar. Okay, now this was unplanned for. So what am I saying in summary? What I'm saying is that we had a very susceptible sector that was neglected, that was not doing well, that money had not been put, and all of a sudden external factors have come in, and what they can do is make a bad situation worse. So we have a sector that we are not only now fighting the old problems that we inherited for all those years, but now we have to cope with the new challenges of climate change. I'll give you one last example of how this one reflects, because when you talk about climate change, people try to think about big things. The normal harvesting season in Kenya is from October to December. Under normal circumstances, in the normal years, those were months that were dry. So you stock your maize in November, you harvest in December, and you sell in January for school fees and whatever. What are we seeing? We are seeing rain starting in November all the way to January. So when you are supposed to be harvesting, and that is when it is raining, what happens? Your maize is infected by aflatoxin. When still in the field, you lose your maize, you have no dryers, okay? So the overall effect that farmers lose, consumers eat aflatoxin-infected maize. So these are the kind of things that we are talking about, that because of doing nothing for a long time, we have been caught with our pants down, sorry to say that.
And see, Dr. You bring in something that is very, very critical, because there are two ways of looking at climate change. There are those who say whenever there is drought or floods, we prefer floods because then again, at least there's some water. But when it's dry, everything dies pretty much. But here's a question now, when you relate that to our agriculture, it has been neglected for a very long time. Climate change is here. And the neglect includes the fact that we are a country that we say if we don't have maize, we are hungry. The government never spent any time in terms of diversifying on that which we grow. We have never even put in place kilns that would get into drying our maize to ensure that we have maize that is good for the people. And here we are, the rains are there, the sun that we usually use to dry is no longer there because, like you've said, 1.5 years we've had constant rain. And here we are, climate change is here. We talk about it at great meetings, Africa Climate Summit, COP, which have turned to be politics. The agriculture sector in the country as well has been politicized, and we have lost the point in making sure that agriculture is a cornerstone of our economy, not only for the economy, but for the people of the country. So what must the powers that be do to ensure that we depoliticize agriculture and just make it work?
You are very right. The problem is that as that has been happening, our population has been growing. Okay? In the 3 decades I've talked about, our population has been growing at the level of 1 million people every year. That's why you hear that intake for primary school is 1 million people, 1 million kids, because they, our population growth rate is about 2.5%. So more mouths to feed, but with little to feed, because our productivity and production has not increased.
Yes.
Right now, the government is saying that, you know what? We have now moved to 60 million bags of maize, or 48, or whatever, which is okay. But that probably has been brought in by these rains. What happens when the rains are gone? We have not harvested water. And when this government came in, they came up with a program of putting up dams.
100 dams.
100 dams, so that you can now even out. You have more rains. Instead of the water flowing all the way to Kidaruma to wash out the people in Tana River, you put it into dams, and then you harvest that water and use it during because the drought is coming, by the way. The payback period is coming, so that's how you use you should be using the water. So I am not against all these meetings. By the way, probably that I served for 4 years as a managing director of the Rockefeller Foundation here in Kenya, and we were involved and supporting all of those international meetings. I was involved for 2.5 years as advisor of Bill and Merida at their foundation in Seattle. So I'm familiar with all those meetings, and it starts from January when we have Davos, and it's very cold in Switzerland. And so I am not against those meetings. But before you go to those meetings, you have to start inwardly. You have to start from your country. Because there is a tendency to blame everybody. And I know the president of Slovenia was here. And she made a statement and said, 84% of emissions are coming from developed world. But only 6%, I think Africa is 4%, which is a good statement, and is what we have been saying. It's them who have contributed to this climate, disaster and whatever. But what are they going to do? We cannot expect them to do anything for us. We have to start from there. Water harvesting, tree planting, plastic papers. We have to start from there. New technologies that are high yielding, climate smart, and whatever. So that is what we need to do. Charity begins at home. And once we have shown that we have done that in a very literal way, we can now, to those who have more will be given. We can now go to the international forum and claim for all these other things. But we cannot be spending our time to go and talk at international forums of the effects that eventually are affecting us. We have totally missed the point. And it is high time that we as a country sit down, face our problems, and, the effect of the withdrawal of USAID and, what is happening with Trump and America and some countries being banned from going there is very clear. It is telling us you are on your own. You can come and make noise in Davos and whatever, but you are on your own. And to me, it is us coming up with those strategies that we implement here in Makueni, in that village in Wote, and we scale it up, and then we can go and showcase in COP20, whatever.
Is it to showcase? Because this is a problem, that you may come up with something and that you want to showcase. And I think this, what you talk about implementation, then bedevils a lot of the other things that happen. That if we are not doing something to actually see the result, because when the famine did strike, if we look at what happened in Kenya, over 23 counties were affected, whereby millions of people were at risk of starvation. That's not a joke. Starvation, essentially death, that people would have died because they could not eat. Right? And here we are saying that the year after that, because we also know that extreme weather conditions follow each other. You have extreme drought, it will be followed by extreme rain. We saw that. There was flooding all over the country, for which we are still unable to even recover from till now. So it's not for lack of resources, it's for lack of implementation of policy and to see that those things are managed and carried out properly. That's what bedevils us.
You're very right. And I'll give you an example. If you look at, and I don't want us to shift to discuss budget, but I just want to use that as an example. If if you look at just probably 3 or 4 interventions on the current finance bill, you tend to ask yourself, under normal circumstances, you have a budget policy statement. So this budget policy statement should be like what we call in accounts, budget notes. It should lay the foundation and justification of what you want then to do. So that when you say you are moving this from tax exempt to zero rating, there is a justification for it. What we have been lacking are policies that are consistent with the problems that we are facing. If you look at the budget, for instance, because that's where we are talking about, this agriculture we are talking about contributes about a third of our GDP, which again is not a very healthy situation, by the way. We should not celebrate by saying that 33% or 30% of our GDP is contributed by agriculture. But that as it may be, if you have a third of the sector contributing to your GDP, how is allocation to that sector in terms of resources? Yes. If you look at the current allocation, it's probably less than 2% of the overall budget. And everybody and every government document will talk about Maputo Declaration, of 10%.
Yes.
Okay, you can argue and say that we are a devolved system, and therefore 2% is the national government. And if you want, you can now bring in water, the Ministry of Water and Forestry and all of them. It will be 2.5% at best. And then you can say that the rest will come from the counties. You go to counties, the best one will probably be giving you 2% or 3%. So if you don't put money in agriculture, and by the way, and I'm not against health, even though we talked about the 15%, I'm not against health. I'm not against infrastructure. I'm not against all of that. But if you put in 20% to education, 17% to health or whatever, those are consumptive areas. Those are social sectors. Agriculture is a productive sector. You put in money, you get money. So it's really incoherent policy decisions that are made, and those incoherent decisions are followed by lack of allocation of resources. And then the worst of all is that our constitution, our fantastic 2010 constitution, devolved agriculture, according to Schedule 4 of the constitution. So agriculture production and processing and all of that is in the hands of counties, which is a good thing. Some counties have done very well. Other counties actually brought allocation to agriculture down. It was the only sector that had vehicles, because extension people must move around and advise farmers. Those vehicles were pulled to go to resource, enhancing revenue. So they went to correct revenue in markets and whatever. So agriculture has actually, in essence, come down in most of the counties. And even worse still, there is no coordination, very poor coordination between the national government and the county governments. If you look at the US, you look at the US, you look at Germany, you look at India, these are all federated. They are countries that are federal and with provinces, or, if you are in Germany or states in the US, you see that the federal government comes up with national targets. They say we as a country must produce 100 million bags of maize. See if it is Kenya, okay? We have to produce 150 million tons of coffee. We have to produce whatever million tons of avocado. Those are our federal. Those are our national targets. Non-negotiable, because our population has to have to eat, and those are our targets. Then you look at your country and say, where do we have a comparative advantage in production of maize? And you pinpoint 3, 4, 5, 6 counties. You say, we can do this in Uasin Gishu, Trans Nzoia, West Pokot, Nandi. You pinpoint them and say, what are we going to do with the governors, with those counties, in order that we meet that target? target. Okay? You come to avocado or coffee and say the counties are Kiambu, Njeri, and whatever. Yes, as we talk to you, Kiambu, Njeri, and we, national government and you county government, our interest is coffee, tea, and avocado because that is where our comparative advantage as a country is. If you want to do maize, it's up to you. But for these three, we are going to work together. So if you look at the US, for instance, you go to Florida, they have a comparative advantage of producing citrus. Yes, that's why every car you see has an orange. Okay? You go to California. California has a comparative advantage of dairy, grapes, and all of that. You go to Kansas, they have a comparative advantage of producing wheat. You go to Iowa, they have a comparative advantage of producing corn. That is what happens. If you go to Germany, it is the same. So here you have devolution that happened. Governors were left to do their own things. There is nobody who is coordinating what each of these counties are doing. You hear the governor for Uasin Gishu or Trans Nzoia saying, maize is no longer is disturbing us. We are not producing it. We are going to avocado. That will have implications at the national level. So if you look at all of that, it will tell you that incoherent policies, lack of allocation of resources, poor coordination of the sector. Now, what is next?
You see, Daktari, the way you speak points to a planned system on how a country would feed itself. Because at the end of the day, the population must live. And one of the ways that people must eat, And a structured way of looking into agriculture then gives the citizens and the government, that is, an easier way of dealing with feeding its people. Now, here's a question where all this information, if well packed and consultations, public participation was held with farmers, there would come to an agreement on how to approach these things.
Exactly.
And the national government coming with a policy that then guides how even the counties would be able to approach agriculture, because like you've said, agriculture is devolved. But then again, we have the fact that public participation in this country is just on paper. It is just a box that is to be ticked. At the end of the day, we had a few 10, 20 people who were in a room somewhere in a fancy hotel, had their breakfast, and that is considered public participation. Because then again, remember, the huge number of small-scale farmers in the country are the ones who are most affected. These decisions are made on their behalf by a very few people. How should public participation, especially in the agricultural sector, be handled?
Public participation is to discuss an agenda. First of all, you have to create an environment that is conducive to bringing people together to speak. And I'll give you an example of this whole issue about the finance bill. The finance bill has become like a crime. Every time you get to April, the government is wondering how are we going to approach it. Are these guys going to hack our system? Are they going to? That should not be there. Kenyans should be able to understand the essence of a finance bill. That no government will run if you don't have appropriation, which is a requirement in the Constitution. And once you have appropriation, you have to have ways of raising revenue internally and externally. And one of the ways of raising revenue internally is through a finance bill. Now, we have a deficit of so much. Kenyans, we have to raise this money. And we want now to come with proposals to tell you how we want to raise this money because we all need it. So everybody comes in, before even the public participation, everybody comes in and agrees we have a problem that we have to deal with, and we have a problem that belongs to all of us, and we need to do it in a harmonious way. That is not there.
Let's take a break at this point because then we can come back. I think it was necessary because we find ourselves saying almost repetitively that, we know the problem, but we know what needs to be done. We even have the resources to take care of the issue.
But we are not doing it.
We just don't do it. So one must wonder what's in the water and why we're all drinking it over again. Agricultural economist James Njeri is here with us. He was the governor of Kiambu County. It's necessary for us to say that.
And he will be the next governor of Kiambu County.
Okay.
You also have to say that.
All right. Well,
okay.
That's thrown a different angle into the twisted.
Okay. That's fine.
But it's okay.
You can withdraw it.
No.
Okay, fine.
We can talk about that as well. So we'll take a break and come back and continue that.
Thank you.
It's 22 to 9. Don't go away after this. Situation Room continues.
This is the Situation Room, the only way to start your day.
Good morning, and I love your show.
Thank you.
Having come from a Kikuyu radio background, I migrated to Spice because of the content.
I was born in a slum, but somehow I got a break in life. So sometimes when you see the sweating coming out because of the passion and whatever it is, behind the noise, there are people, and we share the same umbilical cord.
It shouldn't be like that. I am so disappointed. We used to tell Honorable Raila Amolo Odinga that he's doing policy of conmanship, and even President Uhuru Kenyatta, serikali hii ndio iko na conmanship ya hali ya juu. You cannot promise people that you reduce tax, then you double.
In politics, there is the issue of trust. For you to turn around and then stab the same people who gave you that trust, there is no other level of dishonesty. Imabo, utaona dunia tu.
The Situation Room, Kenya's biggest conversation.
Mature, intelligent talk every morning. Spice up yourself. Mornings done right.
Former Kiambu governor and as well as hopeful future Kiambu Governor James Njeri is in the studio with us this morning, and we're looking around. So, brought at the issues of World Environment Day, of course, taking some of those very important issues to discuss and applying that to what we see, where we've put a lot of pressure on the agricultural sector to, lift up the economy, but then have not put the requisite cushions in place. The sector's feeling the pressure, but we've not done the things that are necessary. I often liken it to the oil sector in Nigeria, where we've given this immense pressure to the oil sector and we expect it to do everything, but then we've not put the safeguard rails or the guardrails in place to make sure that this thing can actually be protected and do what it should do. Mm-hmm. So now here we are looking at agriculture, and we're saying that certain things need to be done. Protectionist policies to a large extent don't exist, and that we deal in an emergency situation for a lot of the time, and that there are some people doing some wonderful things with agriculture in this country. We have air farms in Kenya. Yeah, they're existing. We have people who've turned kitchen gardens into agricultural phenomena. We have people doing that in this country, and so we ask the question, where is the protection? And if we want to liken it to things that are happening in the country, and we say that the majority of the population should be involved in the biggest earner for the economy, which is agriculture, but the majority of the population is a youth. And I remember Happy Face Kaunda, who's a Zambian agriculturalist, she said, we have failed to make agriculture sexy. We want to talk about farm the land and till the land and harvest it and sell the maize. The person who is making up the larger population is not interested in that. What are you going to do to make this agriculture look sexy to this person who you're saying is holding the majority of the population? We cannot deal with old age policies in a new age, and we are saying carry this thing which is going to build the economy. How do we make the cross?
By the way, there's something that you raised that's very, very important, because this country is not devoid of innovations, of tech. If you look at the level of, and you talk to foreigners, and they are full of praise of this country. I've had discussions to people from Rwanda, people from even Rwanda. They say, you guys, you have a private sector driven agricultural sector, So we are not devoid of innovations. If you look at what young people are doing, it's all very successful innovations that are producing. In fact, they are producing in aquaculture. They are producing even without using soil. They are the innovations are there. But what you need, and this is where, even like when I was working for the Rockefeller Foundation, because the Rockefeller Foundation is not a very rich philanthropic organization like Ford or like Gates, but it has done so much for this world that the whole of Green Revolution in Asia was contributed by the Rockefeller Foundation. How they do it is they look at investing in innovations. They work with people who invest in innovations. Once those innovations come in, and everything that they touch succeeds, by the way, once they come in, there is somebody to upscale it. There is somebody to replicate it. So what is an IRAD in terms of production of fish, which has been innovated? What is an IRAD in terms of, like now, black soldier fry, which has come in as a form of producing animal feed? What is an IRAD becomes a C because somebody has come in to replicate it and to scale it up. And that comes in through government policy. I see you are doing well, but you are limited. Your neighbor is not doing it. Okay? The only person who can make your neighbor do it in the private sector way is involving government. So yes, we have IRADs of success, very many IRADs of success. But how do we make those IRADs the C? And that comes in back to the policy. But I don't think we can now remain here, complaining and whatever. We have to look at what is next. From where we are, what is going to be the next step. And when with the climate change, there are a few good things that are happening. And I have to tell you, private sector participation in breeding of new technologies and new varieties in Kenya has been great. We have over 250 new varieties of early maturing, high-yielding maize from private sector, from Monsanto, and it's not GMO, from companies like Western Seed, other many companies. That technology has come in. Now, because of the changes in the rainfall pattern that we are talking about, that it is raining when you are harvesting, what you need to do is to shorten the harvesting period so that by the time you get to October, you have already started to harvest instead of harvesting in December. And private companies have come in and they have invested in all of those technologies. But the problem is, the private companies cannot be able to move the technology to the farmer. Once they have moved the technology to the farmer, the next question is going to be, how do farmers use that technology? Yes. I give this analogy. You can go to Kalahari or Sahara Desert, or whichever desert you want to go to, and you have a Coca-Cola bottle. You are very thirsty. You don't know how to open it. You will die of thirst. Despite the fact that you have your Coca-Cola bottle. These technologies that we are talking about are there. They are available. The farmers are having this Coca-Cola bottle. They are trying to open it. They are trying to break the bottle. They are trying to... How do we have this battalion of extension people who will go and show the farmers what is appropriate to them so that whatever is coming in from the private sector, from wherever, will be taken up and then production can increase? Then how do we talk about marketing it? Okay? Agriculture is the only sector where you start with production expecting that you get some consumer somewhere. Somebody will come and buy it. It's the only sector. Can we get to a point where by the time I'm starting to produce my soybeans, I already know that this company is going to pick up this? That's where we are going. And these are things that are real. In terms of the challenges now that imposed by Trump and tariff and whatever, in terms of climate change, in terms of environment, that is where we need to go. And the question would be, when do we start going there?
We start going there now. And I'll give you an example.
Thank you.
Let me answer it for you. We start going there now. And I'll give you an example. I was watching a documentary of an individual. He's a travel vlogger from Ghana. He went to Burkina Faso. And he was told about this plant that has been put up to process tomato into paste, because Burkina Faso produces a lot of it. So he had to drive around 8 hours out from the capital. So he gets there and he finds young people have had conversations with the government so that they got into agriculture. And with that, the government, through the people gave in a few shillings here and there. I don't know what their currency is, but they contributed
francs,
to the country setting up that plant.
Okay.
So each and every Burkinabe has a stake in that plant, and that plant has gone forth to put up 3 other plants in pineapple and whatnot. And the government says we keep on exporting raw material, but now we want to export finished product.
Materials.
Everyone in that region is smiling because there's something in the pocket. The youth are getting jobs, because when you look at agriculture, people just think of we are eating, but you never think about the jobs created through transport, through trade, through extension officers. And these are things that were there in this country through cooperatives. But our priorities really changed, that we forgot about the most intricate part of our economy of the country, that is Kenya, that we got into politics. Perhaps we go back to where it was and improve on the foundations that were laid by our forefathers. No?
I like the way you say you start from here. And for sure, we need to do that. And like we said, all is not lost. And I want to give, to take you back to the success of Githunguri Dairy. I have been involved in Githunguri Dairy for many years, over 20 years. In fact, at one point, we took some officials of Githunguri Dairy to Chile to go and see how cooperatives and farmer organizations are organized. But ask yourself, what has made Githunguri Dairy successful? And so far, that cooperative has been successful all this time. It is because they decided to pull together their resources as the Githunguri people. They decided to separate the management from politics. They decided that a manager can come from wherever. The first manager was actually not from, was not a Kikuyu. Okay? You come in and you are paid more than anybody else, more than Unilever or whatever can pay. Okay? But Githunguri Dairy has been successful. They have Fresher, they have all of that. There are a few others that are coming up. Okay, Meru, they are coming up. The Bugoma are coming up, but not up to the level of Githunguri. Githunguri is the third biggest milk processor in the country after KCC, after Brookside, and then Githunguri. But ask yourself, Githunguri and Limuru, or Gatundu, these guys are brothers and sisters. They are married from each other.
Yeah.
But why is it successful in Githunguri and it has failed in Limuru? Or it's not as successful as it is in Limuru? And those are the issues that I was talking about.
But why? Why is it?
Well, the thing is, you have to work out. It's empirical. It's evidence. You have to work out. These guys decided to run it totally commercially. They pulled out the management to remain in the boardroom. The board to remain in the boardroom and the management to make decisions. Management is about making decisions and being answerable for the decisions that you make. There are certain things that they have done. In fact, even the World Bank has been trying to understand what is right, what makes Githunguri right, and not Limuru and not Gatundu and not Meru and not whatever. So the essence is the government should be catalytic. Do not interfere with Githunguri, but be catalytic in picking up the successes of the Githunguri into other areas. Okay, and we have had money. We have had World Bank money on dairy processing, but they don't go to the root cause of that problem because genuinely, that is not our concern. Our concern is probably political. We want to be seen to be doing things here and there. So, in essence, what we are saying is we have so much of these successes that as a country, all we need to do is to replicate it. And I want to tell you, our neighbors are not sitting back. I mean, you can talk about democracy in all the East African countries and whatever. But, our neighbors are positioning themselves, they call us consumers. If you go to Uganda, the things that they are doing in terms of increasing their production, both from the Western Barara side to the Guru side, the Western side going towards Sudan, they are positioning themselves. And they are put in the rail. They are put both SGR and whatever to Tororo and to Maraba because they want to feed us. If you go to Tanzania, it is the same thing.
Because they want to feed Kenyans.
They want to feed Kenyans.
That they're setting up infrastructure
to feed Kenya.
That's going to take products from
Guru on top there through Soroti down to Bale, through Tororo to Maraba, and then enter into Kisumu, feed Kenyans. Okay, go to Tanzania, the southern side, all the way from Songea to all the way up. Okay, that's the southern side. They are positioning themselves to produce, because they know their production comes early. We'll start eating it in June. Then you come to the middle part, which is Moshi, Arusha, Shinyanga, Morogoro. They are also positioning themselves through Namanga to come and feed us. You go to Karagwe on the northern side and Bukoba and Mwanza. They are positioning to feed ourselves through Kisumu. So, yes, they will feed us. But where are we going to get money to be fed to buy those things?
What are you talking about? There's money everywhere. We seem to just be able to take that money and not apply it to the things that are important. But I mean, I keep asking the question that what business do you have doing things apart from ensuring that certain things are protected, ring-fenced? And I'm talking about feeding your people, making sure that there's no hunger, making sure that the sovereignty of food, for example, for your people, making sure that the staple is available and affordable. Staple, not luxurious things. Staple is available and affordable for your people. How can we say that we have no money to buy
you know exactly that. It is not a sin. It's not a crime to be fed by the in any case, about 40% of our maize needs are supplied by them. Okay? Rice, animal feeds, the things that we are talking about, soya, sunflower, cotton seed cake. They're all coming. We are waiting now for them to harvest. It's not a crime, okay? And if you talk to them, because I've talked to them, including to people in government, they do not see like they want to flood Kenya because Kenya has been unable to produce. They say, when we look at you guys, you have a comparative advantage in commerce, you have a comparative advantage in cash crops, you can do avocados, you can do macadamia, high value crops. We want you to concentrate on doing that as we do food for you, which makes sense because food is raw value. Okay? If you go to Bugoma and you have 3 acres, you can only have 90 bags per year. Only one crop per year. If you do tomatoes, you do 4 tomatoes per year in your 3 acres. You become so. These guys are actually intending good for us, but are we doing what they are intending it for us?
That's the question, and I keep asking why. We seem not to be able to break that thing. If there is the establishment that this is the sector, essentially it's going to save you, but then maybe it's not. Maybe it is something else. So why do we still have an insistence on this agriculture for which has been proven time and time again that there is an inability to give it that position which we are saying it has? It doesn't. It doesn't, yeah. Isn't it about time that we actually said, hang on a minute, maybe the Ugandans are right. Maybe commerce and that expertise is what you should be looking at to then build the economy. Maybe that's what you should be looking at, and then look at agriculture as one of the disciples. Don't give it that position, because the only way you can give something that position is if you are ready to do everything that is required to keep it there. We have proven that we are not. So why do we keep insisting that agriculture is the bedrock if you are not willing to do everything that is required to keep it in that position?
But you see, if you look at what I've talked about, what is happening in Uganda, what is happening in Tanzania. Tanzania, they used to have a program that was called Kilimo Kwanza during Kikwete's time, which has continued up to today. So they have developed their agriculture all the way from the areas I was talking about, southern side all the way to the north. Now, if you look at Uganda, they have sat and they have a program that they call Musevenomics. And Musevenomics actually is a program that have looked at where Uganda came from, in the 1903 and whatever, and they have traced the drivers of the economy up to today, and they are saying, let's pick the drivers of the economy, let's leave out what has brought us down. So they are organizing and they see their comparative advantage is in those food production. The essence really is in a country like us, what we need to do is first of all to forget about what we have done, to, forget about talking about maize and whatever. And as a country, look at ourselves and say, what really is our comparative advantage?
Exactly.
Okay?
Yes.
Now, look, in central Kenya, when we started doing economics and surveys there, they were producing maize in Karatina. Today you go there's no maize in Karatina. In Mwea, they were doing maize in Mwea. In Mwea today, they are producing tomatoes, they are producing soya beans, French beans. They are producing all kinds of vegetables, okay? And they don't eat it. They eat ugali, but they have to buy ugali from somewhere else. It is for us to look inwardly and say, let's avoid these traditional things that we found our grandfathers doing, and let's look at this country called Kenya and ask ourselves, what is this that we can do best, and what are we going to do to make sure that we do it?
Who? Very last question, because our time is running out. But these people say, let us think. Who is it? Because I think about, and I saw the question about agricultural officers, extension officers. Who is supposed to do that? Who's supposed to have this let's sit down moment?
Well, but we have a government whom we pay tax to, and we have, because private sector is doing it. You can't tell them to do. They are doing it. Okay, farmers in Karatina are doing it. It's only that all of these are dispersed all over. It's not coordinated, like we talked about. It's not coordinated. There's no supervisor. Even in this place, there must be a supervisor. There must be a manager. There is, So we have to, start from basics.
Absolutely.
Yeah.
James Nyoro, former Kiambu governor, and according to his words today, future Kiambu governor, also an agricultural economist, and has been talking to us. It's clear that some of these things need to be done. It's necessary for us to keep talking about them, because if we don't, it's like we don't know, and so we don't have the power. Necessary for us to talk about it. It can be done, should be done, and with discourse like this and constant engagement, it will be done. Thank you for being in the hot seat of the Situation Room this morning.
Thank you very much. Thank you for the invite.
Looking forward to another time when we can talk.
Asante sana.
Good morning. It's 9 a.m.
Good morning, this is the News Wire. I'm Leah Obaga. More than 200 patients have received free eye surgery services at the Bungoma Referral Hospital. Bungoma County Health Officer Caroline Makali has said the treatments that will be completed today are expected to improve eye health for the residents.
Na pia ukitoka hapa ukirudi nyumbani, najua tuko na wenzetu wengi sana ambao wako na mashida za macho. Ufika huko nyumbani pia muwaambie hii kliniki yetu inakuanga tu hapa kila siku, hata kama si kesho waweze kuja watutembelee. Tuko na machines hapa mzuri sana, tuko na wafanyikazi wetu hapa wazuri sana, wataweza kuwapima na pia wawasaidie. Ndio tuishi maisha kama pia sisi tunaonana, si ndio?
Makali has urged residents with eye problems to turn up in large numbers at the free camp and also register with SHA in order to continue accessing health services.
Najua kuna wengine wetu hapa bado hatujaregister na SHA. Iko vitu mingi sana hiyo SHA inasaidia, hata hii ya macho. Nimekuwa na mgonjwa mmoja tu pale na ameniambia hiyo macho yake ya kwanza alitolewa hiyo cataract na SHA. SHA ikamlipia 33,000. Sasa wewe kama hujaregister utasaidika kweli? Kesho tutakuwa na watu wetu wa SHA, tutawaleta hapa kwa wale wenye watarudi kesho. Kama hujaregister, beba tu kitambulisho, ukuje utapeana information pale na wakuregister.
Kalenjin leaders in Trans Nzoia County have broken their silence on the arrest and prosecution of Governor George Natembeya and some county officials, calling it a conspiracy to humiliate the governor. The community members, led by Eliud Tumui, have called on independent institutions, including the Ethics and Anti-Corruption Commission, the Judiciary, the Senate and the DCI, to carry out their duties without being politically interfered with.
Our governor, George Natembeya, his success seems to threaten some interests. There is a coordinated witch hunt underway. Having failed to impeach him through our MCS, the same actors now misuse the courts, the oversight bodies like EACC, the Senate, justice has been weaponized, not to pursue the truth, but to cripple the leadership of our governor. To add insult, leaders from outside this county, the likes of Senator of Nandi, Samson Cherargei, and Honorable Sudi, are now busy fronting these attacks. They were not sent by us, neither do they speak for us.
They further said that these leaders should stop interfering with the affairs of the county, as this is damaging the popularity of the president.
Jina yangu ni Jonathan Keter, leadership ya George Natembea. Tunamuunga mkono 100%. Sisi wakati huu tunataka maendeleo, hatutaki siasa. Nataka nimkanye Cherargei apeleke Senate issues ya Nandi County, awachane na Trans Nzoia.
Anaitwa Councillor Samuel Ngeny. Jamii ya Wakalenjin pia wamebenefit katika hii serikali. Tunahitaji mpatie mheshimiwa governor nafasi afanye kazi. Hii mambo ya kuingiliwa na siasa kutoka kaunti zingine, wana self interest yao.
Jina langu ni Peter Chemuigut. Usipoheshimu Natembea, you will lose all Kalenjins in Trans Nzoia, and you will lose half of Rift Valley.
And in the international scene, the World Bank said it would resume funding to Uganda nearly 2 years after the global lender suspended new financing to the country in response to an anti-LGBTQ law that imposes penalties including death and life imprisonment. Now, the bank halted funding to the East African country in August 2023 after Uganda's parliament passed the Anti-Homosexuality Act, saying the law contradicted its values. The bank had worked with the Ugandan authorities to put in place strong measures to mitigate against potential harm from the law, a World Bank spokesperson told Reuters via email. That's the news wire. I'm Leah Ubaga.
.4 Spice FM, Nairobi.
In this country, 6 families and 8,000 Kenyans control 90% of the GDP. We are not a country. We are a plantation. We work for Ruto.
When you're telling the judges court orders are papers or they will not obey court orders, they're sitting and you're seeking orders from them. So how are they supposed to interpret it? Isn't it an oxymoron?
When you see a judiciary that seems to be under some control somewhere, you start questioning. We have very powerful governors, but they don't use their offices to serve the people.
If you are not shameful to do what you are doing, why should we protect you?
I'm human, everybody's human. So when you're told, kuja tuongee, I mean, you'd be a fool to say, stagi kuongea today. Conversations have to be had, you know?
People in leadership should only go into leadership if they are ready and willing to change the lot of the people.
The Situation Room, Kenya's biggest conversation.
One of the things that are ailing our country is negative ethnicity. You find you as a state officer, instead of thinking as a Kenyan, you think like a tribal person.
Let me tell you something. The biggest problem we have had in this country is a leadership deficit. There is nothing that you are going to do in the process of change if you are not a risk taker. So you really have to pursue your vision to a logical conclusion and even be ready to step on people's toes.
When it comes to the economy, you can run away with it. They say statistics are like bikinis. They reveal a lot, but they conceal the vitals. And so government people would throw statistics at you and tell you they're revealing a lot of information to you, but it's really concealing the real vitals.
We need to get out of that, because when we want to grow our democracy, one basic thing that really requires to be understood by the political class, by all of us, is institutions are critical.
This is the Situation Room, the only way to start your day. Mature, intelligent talk every morning. Spice up yourself. Mornings done right. 94.4 Spice FM, Nairobi.
Here we are at 7 minutes after 9 o'clock. This is the final hour of Kenya's biggest conversation this Eid al-Adha, and it's holiday indeed around the country and yes, around the world, looking at some of those issues that are necessary for us to have. Our youth perspective this morning is around issues of the finance bill, and to help us out in that conversation are folks who are versed in a number of issues, but we see it necessary to have constant conversations around some of these issues. Joining us in the hot seats of the Situation Room this morning, just as a reminder that your live streams are up on Facebook and on X and on YouTube, and our audience on KTN, Karibu Sana. Conrad Kerr is a fiscal policy analyst and Stella Swake is an economic analyst, and they join us this morning and we look at the finance bill and we look at some of those things and we're saying, okay, have an understanding from any perspective, but as we do on Friday, let's have an understanding from the youth perspective. Karibuni Sana, both of you.
Thank you.
Welcome to the hot seats of the Situation Room. We get into things this morning in the way that we normally do. We have a proverb that we visit. We have a different African country that we visit every week. This week we visit one, and a proverb from that country every day. We would like to hear your interpretation of that proverb that Dennis is going to share.
So today we are in a country that is within another country. First of all, in South Africa.
Okay.
The country is called Eswatini, Swaziland, a very famous country. Conrad, I'll just ask you, what do you know about Eswatini?
I think it is one of the smallest countries in Africa.
I have to congratulate you, the first man this week who did not talk about the reed dance. Talk about size of geography.
I was supposed to.
You were going to go there.
It is actually known for having a very interesting dance.
Yeah. And Stella, it is also a country whose healthcare system is struggling. So when you talk about struggling healthcare in Kenya, it is also happening in there, because you look at a country whose budget allocation towards healthcare in the country is wanting, and with other stats fact that 1 in 4 people has HIV in the country, one would hope that perhaps maybe the government would invest in that. But that aside, they equally have you can go and see Eswatini lions. They also have lions and rhinos. If you can't go to Nairobi National Park, Eswatini is a place to go. But the proverb of the day: a bee that is forced into the hive will not produce honey. A bee that is forced into the hive will not produce any honey. Stella, ladies first. What do you make of that?
I just remembered when you're home and then your mom tells you're washing dishes, and then your mom tells you, can you please wash those dishes?
You are about to anyway.
Yeah.
Okay, sorry.
So like you feel like, no, now I can't do it because you're telling me to do it. So what I get from the proverb is, when you're forcing people to do something and they're not doing it by will, then it becomes more difficult. They do it as a routine or to tick the box if you're scary enough. But if you're not scary, you're a sweet, gentle person, then they won't do it, because what will you do at the end of the day?
Utadu.
Yes.
Conrad, what do you make of it?
Of course, that is a very interesting proverb, and I will just say that means to me that if you actually force something out of someone, then they might not be able to do it. And it makes me also relate it with another proverb from where I come from, that it is a stupid fly that follows the corpse to the grave.
Because it will just be buried with it.
Exactly. Yeah.
See? Ndu. Well put, no?
Very, very well put. Your opinion is always right, as we say. I always, as we have this conversation, I always like to give, the backdrop that when we saw 2024, one would have imagined that 2024 was the first time there was ever a finance bill in Kenya, but that's not the truth.
Yeah.
That there's a finance bill every year, that there is a budget. That the finance bill essentially gives life to the budget, because it is in the finance bill that you will then see the different areas that, number one, the government will then get its taxes, and then number two, things that they will introduce in terms of now taxes and levies, essentially what Caesar will then be able to collect to run the country. It is not a new phenomenon. It happens every year. So long as there's a budget, there's a finance bill. And for some reason, in 2024, it took the world, and I say the world intentionally because it took the world by storm. And then we saw anti-finance bill protests, which led to I want to say deliberately shelving of that finance bill, because we've seen that somehow some of the tenets of it came back. But then what it did do is that it gave birth to a new era where people were going to be very concerned about anything that happened moving forward. Right? So people wanted to know, people wanted to be informed, people wanted to be active and participate moving forward. So come September, when the budgetary process started, people started to ask questions. Okay, what's happening? And by the time we get to March, April, and the finance bill suggestions would come through, how are we going to be involved in this? And people are always looking for a breakdown of what the finance bill means or what it entails. And so here we are, where some people have been arrested, those issues are in court. But here we are on this table today and saying, okay, for the youth perspective for Friday, let's look at it in terms of what it exactly means. And we'll start off with you, Conrad, in terms of what we are seeing that could potentially help or hurt when it comes to the budget for the country.
Thank you so much, Ndu, for having me. And this is a very timely conversation, even as because I think the budget is the estimates will be presented by the CS, and we also need to look at where did we come from in terms of the finance bill, and how did the people start looking at the finance bill as a very integral document when it comes to budget. And in this country we have 48 finance bills every year, every financial year. One that comes from the national government and 47 that comes from the county governments that align with their budgets. But why did we focus more on the finance bill? Because I think the people discovered that while the budget was one of the most integral documents, very important documents, but how do you fund that budget? That is how people started knowing that the finance bill really affects their lives. But we also need not to ignore the fact that a budget document is a very, very integral document, because if you have a punitive budget document, you'll have a punitive finance bill. And if you get the budget right, you'll have the right finance bill. So while we actually focus on the finance bill, we also do not need to underscore the fact that having a good budget estimates, are very key in terms of having a very good finance bill. And the reason why we've had issues with the finance bill is because every year we are having a budget that does not actually represent our physical capacity as a country.
What exactly do you mean when we have a budget that does not represent our physical capacity? Just expound on that a little bit, yeah.
From where I sit, I think we have a very ambitious budget in terms of a budget that we cannot fund. Because when you have a budget that you cannot fund with the money you can get yourself, that really means that you have to go out to get some more money from someone else to fund your budget. And that is the problem. Because once you even in your own house, once you cannot pay, you stay in a house, you cannot pay rent, that you have to borrow money every month to actually sustain that lifestyle. I think they will call you a social misfit because at the end of the day you cannot sustain your life.
Stella, it is a budget that he says we cannot afford, and one would say if it's common knowledge, then why do it? Is it by design, or is it that they just don't care?
I'd look at it from a perspective of what the budget goes into. So we have 4 divisions. There's recurrent budget, there's debt servicing, there's equitable share, and there's what's the other one? Development expenditure. So for right now, the largest share goes to debt servicing and recurrent expenditure. Debt servicing is a fast charge under the PFMA Act, the PFM Act, that is the Public Finance Management Act. So there's no way you will pay recurrent expenditure before paying your debts. And not paying debts means we are going to default. Defaulting comes with another whole issues that we maybe need another session to discuss. But recurrent expenditure is another thing. We keep saying that more of our money goes to a small percentage of the people in the country, considering that we have 19 million people who are in the labor population, only 3 million are in the formal sector, and 1 million are employed by the government, the civil servants. So the 1 million take the bigger share of the expenditure to give us services. So I look at it from a point where we say we want to reduce recurrent expenditure, and I see people saying that we need to fire people. So my thoughts always go to, when we say fire people, we are not going to fire MPs. We are not going to fire chairmen and board CEOs.
And directors. And
exactly. We go to the common mwananchi. So we are looking at mass firing of people for us to achieve a good percentage of budget cuts in the recurrent expenditure. Is that what we want? I don't think so. Number two, we say that we need money for healthcare. Education is not getting enough allocation of money. We've seen your gazette today. Education is no longer free. But then we say the budget is large or the budget is ambitious. And I ask myself, what do we want? Do we want a bigger budget or do we want more allocation? But then I'm cognizant of the misappropriation and the lack of priorities that we have, and even the leakages of this budget. So I will use the same example I used yesterday. When you look at the allocations that go into transportation and fuel allowance, you see an amount of around 15 billion every fiscal year. The amount that we need for invigilation and examination is 9 billion. So where are our priorities? And I ask the question, where is the value for money? The largest budget for transport and fuel goes to domestic transport. And then I keep asking myself, where do our politicians go domestically? Because when you look at it logically, me going to a foreign country should be more expensive than me going to Naivasha. But where does it become so expensive to travel domestically and we don't see the value of this money? When I want to see my MP, I can't see him because I don't even know where he lives. Or he lives in Nairobi while I live in Narok, where is my place where I come from. When we want to see them, when we want to talk to them, they're not available for us, but they say they're traveling to their constituents. So where is the value for money? We need to put our priorities right, in my view, and we need to look at this budget clause by clause. We can't be saying as a people or as Kenyans, we need the budget reduced. These are the people who are using the money. So MPs won't go and say, reduce our allocation for our salaries or for our allowances. When you look at the finance bill, the allowances, the per diems per day, the amount that was being taxed has been increased from 2,000, not being taxed, the one that is not taxed. From 2,000 to 10,000. And someone said, this does not affect me in the informal sector or me in another private company. It affects civil servants who get the per diems and the allowances. So at the end of the day, it has looked at them and not as at me as the common wananchi. So those are the things that we are seeing with the budget. And I agree, no government has the best interest of its constituents. They just want to get all they can from us in whatever way, legal or illegal, and it just depends on how you react as a people. And if you let them, they will do it.
That's a sad statement.
So this is the thing that we seem to be. I think about a hamster in a cage on a wheel. It's not going anywhere. But it's providing some kind of temporary entertainment for itself. So it just keeps going round and round and round and round and round. At some point, it's going to get tired and it's going to maybe look for something to forage with. Then it's going to get back on the wheel, and it's going to keep. And I see that that's what's happening currently. That, as you've mentioned, Stella, that there's a lot in terms of debt. It's the first charge on any revenue that comes in. The first charge is debt. And there's very little left then for these other three things that you talk about. There's very little that's then left towards equitable share that goes to all parts of the country. There's recurrent expenditure, salaries and whatnot that needs to be paid. And then there's development. And we keep talking about a developing country. The only way to get you from developing to economically developed is the development. You have to actually do the thing to get you from this place to the next. But we're still a hamster on the wheel, isn't it?
Yes.
That there's so much debt, and within the same fiscal year, we still keep accruing this debt, still keep getting into this debt, reducing the margin for development, recurrent, and equitable share. We keep reducing the margin of what's available. How can we possibly be progressive from a fiscal point of view? How can you? From where I sit, it is impossible. You cannot do it. You cannot do it. Something somewhere has to stop. And how do we do that? We talk about the wastage in government. Political economist had a conversation with us just the other day, and he said it's very easy just from the books, just from looking at the books, to save easily 40 million shillings, 40 million just from looking, before you actually go to each place and say, okay, what can we mop up? You can save 40 million just from here, before we talk about going to Naivasha and, Lamu, whatever. So how can you actually do it from a fiscal point of view to say, okay, guys, stop the bleed? It really can be done, but what needs to happen?
I think you've really made a very serious statement that I think it is and passionately really brought up this issue. And from where I sit, this is possible. And I agree it is possible to actually reduce the waste. It is possible. And this really needs us to make very difficult decisions as a country. One, we must just stop unnecessary expenditure, including the travels. There is a time, I think, in the neighboring country when former President Magufuli actually said, you are not going to travel outside this country. Nobody's going anywhere. We are here. We are going to face this and face it because I think we need to face it so that we can get out of this mess. And one of the things that need to happen is we need to look at our current expenditure, because that is what is taking our biggest chunk of money. What can we stop doing? Can we stop the travels in the country? She has just alluded to the fact that it is very expensive to actually maintain travels within locally, domestically. So can we just stop that? Even MPs, when they are coming to Nairobi to actually maybe legislate and coming from other areas, can we have, because I think they receive mileage as a compensation for those who come outside Nairobi to Parliament.
Yes, they do.
Can we also just make a different decision? We are paying you 1 million shillings. Can you be able to sustain yourself in that? I don't think they pay you to come here every day. They pay your salary. But they don't also put on board another allowance for coming and sitting here. Because they already paid you your money. They already paid you an allowance, a travel allowance. Why should we give you mileage now for servicing your vehicle? And that really should also apply to even to the directors, even in the ministries, to the parastatals, to the PSs. And I mean, we also need to make a very difficult decision of cutting wages and salaries for some of these big guys. Because if you're paying more than 290 people 1 million plus, that is a lot of money, plus the women reps, plus the MCAs, plus everyone, and you're paying them more than 100,000. When we have other Kenyans who are actually earning less than 15,000, and they have to actually survive in the same economy. It does not make sense. So we really need to make these difficult decisions of we must cut the wages, the salaries, the allowances, so that we can have money for development. Because every day we shall complain, we have very little money for development, for roads and for maintenance and for doing all sorts of development. But we are not ready to relinquish some of the allowances we get, by the way.
We're not ready to relinquish some of the allowances. Plus, there is a statement you've said, no government has good as good interest for its people. They want the best for themselves at all costs, whether in a legal or illegal way. They don't care about the people. Yet, the government is for the people, by the people, right? Everyone else who's in these offices enjoys what we call delegated power. We've mentioned about wastage that we see every day. After an election, budget proposals, the Finance Act is in place. But what do we see? Campaigns on top of vehicles day in, day out. That is serviced by the Wanjiku. But that notwithstanding, there is the other glaring aspect of corruption that keeps on glaring at us day in, day out. The cabinet secretary says 2 billion is being stolen every day. Instead of investing these out there, just to bring it home.
The former president is the one who said it.
So here we have the cabinet secretary who says, "Hii pesa mnaweka huko nje, tafadhali woye, just bring it here so that it can help the economy grow." So in terms of dealing with the problem that is corruption and ensuring that the agencies, the offices that are there to ensure that as much as we're struggling to finance this budget, that we equally deal with the problem that is corruption. Just how important and integral is that in ensuring that you're able to live within our means?
That statement was very, let me say humiliating. Because when you say that, then it means you know where the money goes, you know who takes it, you know where it comes from. So, I don't know, that was not a nice statement, but then we're here. So, we see every day the Auditor General, the control of budget, they always say, and we see these documents, they tell us this money was used for this, we bought a laptop, we bought an umbrella at 100,000, we bought a pen at 8,000 shillings. We see all of these things. So my problem has always been our parliament, to be honest, because the controller of budget and the Auditor General do not have the power to prosecute or convict anyone. They report. That is their job. They've done it very well, honestly. But then the people that are supposed to be checking accountability, because to be honest, the parliament is the number one accountability check of our country. And then there is us as the common wananchi. But then they represent us. So, as I said yesterday, we have every document that goes into this country passed through parliament. The parliament always approves every document, whether they read it or not. They're the ones who approve the documents, they're the ones who approve the budget, they're the ones who approve the line items, they discuss the finance bill clause by clause, they're the ones who approve it. So if we wanted a solution, we would have found it. But then the problem comes when the problem benefits this particular set of people. Because corruption does not benefit us. It benefits the ones who get it. I don't want to say the MPs, but basically it's them. So, but then I ask myself, we keep blaming and saying that our politicians are this and that, but when you go to the grassroots or to the common mwananchi, even we have a problem. Because I ask myself, when I go to Huduma Center or when I go to a parastatal, who is asking me for a handout? When I go to a place that I'm supposed to use my ID and I find a soldier at the gate and I want to go in, they tell me, niongeleshe vizuri. I am not talking to a politician. I am talking to a guard. So
somebody who has a job, like you, for example.
Exactly. So then I see this problem as the problem of integrity as a societal problem, such that we have commercialized each and everything in this country. When I want a service from you, you want me to pay you, yet you're getting paid for that. And that, again, leads me to what Conrad has said about MPs being given allowance. We are paying you, and then we are giving you an allowance to do the job that we are paying you to do. It does not make any sense. And I don't know why this has continued for such a long time, given that when you're saying a country is struggling, why is it struggling on one end? And sometimes I tell myself, I think the only people that have a problem and are scared for this country is the citizens. No one else. Because the things we see our politicians and our leaders do are so different from what we think should be going on for a country that they say we do not have money. So we do not have money, but you guys are living lavishly, and then you're reporting things and even saying in parliament there's a lot of corruption, yet we have given you the powers to actually curb and try and make this problem go away. Every day we say we have tumetenga hii, tumefanya hii for corruption and to try and bring these issues, but we don't see anything. No one is being convicted. And those that are being convicted, it becomes something of a political witch hunt, and it's not something that is supposed to be helping the country.
Indeed.
Yeah.
We're looking around at the finance bill, and this is our youth perspective conversation this Friday morning in the Situation Room. And we're asking ourselves the questions coming off of the protests, obviously, which rocked the country and, yes, did rock the world, when, it still made reference to till today. And the questions abound as per, okay, so how involved will people be? And I come from the place where we often ask ourselves, okay, so then what happens next? And I'd like us, when we take this break, to come back and say, okay, fine. You're both money people, so you understand this thing. That when you make a budget, then there's the allocation, appropriation, and then after that, there's the reporting on how you spent it.
Yeah.
There has not been a year since the Auditor General's office came into existence in this country that there have not been queries about the budget. That blows my mind in terms of statistics.
Yeah.
So let's take a break and come back and look at that, and then ask the question, if you're going to budget and then there are going to be queries about it, hadn't we better deal with those queries? And then how do we deal with budgeted corruption? We're having a conversation this morning with Conrad Kerr and Stella Swake, and we're asking those questions. We'll be back after this break, and we continue on the Situation Room at 26 minutes to 10.
This is the Situation Room, the only way to start your day.
Good morning, and I love your show.
Thank you.
Having come from a Kikuyu radio background, I migrated to Spice because of the content.
I was born in a slum, but somehow I got a break in life. So sometimes when you see the sweating coming out because of the passion and whatever it is, behind the noise, there are people, and we share the same umbilical cord.
It shouldn't be like that. I am so disappointed. We used to tell Honorable Raila Amolo Odinga that he's doing politics of conmanship, and even President Uhuru Kenyatta, serikali hii ndio iko na conmanship ya hali ya juu. You cannot promise people that you reduce tax, then you double.
In politics, there is the issue of trust. For you to turn around and then stab the same people who gave you that trust, there is no other level of dishonesty. Imabo, utaona dunia tu.
The Situation Room, Kenya's biggest conversation.
Mature, intelligent talk every morning. Spice up yourself. Mornings done right.
At 25 minutes to 10 o'clock, the Situation Room this morning. In the hot seats, hosts Conrad Kerr and Stella Swake, and we're having conversations around the finance bill, necessary for us to have, especially coming off the place where oftentimes we were not involved in these conversations. We waited for those who do the work of crunching the numbers to come and tell us and say, well, this is how much we are going to spend this year. This is where we're going to get the money from, quote unquote. And then they finish, and then they come and tell us, oh, this is how we did or did not spend the money. And everybody says, we hem and we haw, we complain a little bit, but then we're not involved in the process. So that's why it's important for these conversations to happen, because then we start to say, at the very least, know what is happening. And then you can ask informed questions, and then you can then make informed decisions about what you will do when they say come and vote. At the very least, let it be that.
Yeah.
If you're going to be involved in citizen activism and things like that, then a little bit more, sure. But the issue of budgeted corruption hits us in the face every time, because then we want to ask the question, how is it that you are going to build 0.9 kilometers of a road? And according to the budget, it is going to cost you 840 million shillings. Okay? Budget. 840. We finished the same 0.9 kilometers of a road. The road has not increased in length. It's still in the same place.
Yeah.
Okay?
Yeah.
It has not increased. But for some reason, we look at the books, and this road now cost 8.4 billion. It's not a movie. Happened in this country. So then we want to ask the question, was that the plan all along? when we say that the budget for education is 634 billion shillings, and then somewhere there along the line we can't find money to send to schools in the middle of the term, and then over 10 years we're owing 60 billion. Was it designed from the very beginning to look this way? And we're asking these questions in order to inform ourselves of the realities of what happens. It's not just a budget in a briefcase spoken about on the stairs of Harambe House. It is a lot more than that. Yeah. So when we ask ourselves the questions about being informed and involved, this is where it comes. What do you do about budgeted corruption, Stella?
I am a firm believer that budgeted corruption comes to be when things are prolonged. Because when you take a lot of time to build, for example, a road, you tend to repeat things, and maybe by design, and probably the prolonging of these things is usually by design, just for the corruption to take place. And someone said that we don't have, our leaders don't give us solutions, and they don't do things to a good, they don't do quality projects so that they are repeated and they get money from that. Yes. Yeah. So now, what do we do about budgeted corruption? Then I always vouch for institutions, empowering of the institutions that are supposed to be curbing and that are supposed to be controlling and convicting and all of these things. So I look at the budget for FY 2025-2026 and I look at the budget that has been allocated for EACC. I know again this is a hot topic because EACC has been called a toothless dog and all of that, all those shenanigans. But one of the problems that makes it possible to control and to humiliate or manipulate an institution is by not allocating them enough budget, because then they do not have the ability and the resources to move around, the resources to actually do their job. So I look at all the departments and ministries that have been allocated, for example, travel and fuel allowance, and I didn't see any for EACC.
No, but Stella, surely, you think about it. I am giving you money to check me. Why would I give you all the money that you need to check me if I was doing something nefarious on the side? Why would I do that?
Exactly my point. So I remember someone proposed, I think the judiciary, that their budget should be tagged to the up to a percentage in the Constitution. So the Constitution is a good book for us, and if we get a government that actually adheres to the Constitution, it's a good book. It was meant to protect the citizens from the politicians and not the other way around, because I think the people who made it knew that they knew themselves that what we can do is beyond this world. So if we could have such an arrangement such that the budget for these independent institutions is a percentage of the budget, such that it's not a discussion that we are saying this year, let's give EACC 4 billion, let's give ODPP, let's give the Auditor General or the Controller of Budget this amount, then it would be a good thing. Number two, there needs to be a way that we do not have a cyclical or something that ties the EACC to ODPP. Like EACC cannot have a decision, a conclusive decision. We have to depend on ODPP, yet we have this evidence that incriminates you and shows you that this is what you did, this is the corruption that you engaged in. Such that, because I don't see the independence, if EACC has to depend on ODPP, and we know whoever appointed this, the director of this it does not make sense. There's a lot of mining and a lot of manipulation if it's one person. So there needs to be a way where we give the independence is seen. We say independent and it's independent, not independent by books, and we cannot really see that.
You know, I hear the discussion around budgeted corruption, because you remember there's a time we had a discussion around the construction of the airport and then Adani, but we even went back to the previous construction that started their holes there, but there's someone who was actually paid because apparently there's a contract that didn't go in place and that person had to be paid. It is a case for many cases in the country, because even the French deal for the Mau Summit Road, and we know how much we had to pay because apparently we did not stick to the contract that was in place in the agreement. And you look at what the Auditor General and Controller of Budget are saying. You look at what EACC is doing, but rightfully, as you say, where is the independence? If I have to depend, on the other person to clear my cases that I have investigated, I have the evidence, but I have to deliver this to someone else to charge that in court and bring justice to Kenyans. But that aside, there is the question of independence that you've talked about and the need for Kenyans to rise up and speak. And why do I say that? Because while Kenyans have donated their power to the National Assembly, who are the number one oversight bodies as given powers by the people, has failed. How then do the people reclaim their power and say, if you will not do that, if EACC will not do that, if the ODPP, the entire justice system will not do that, Kenyans through public participation shall rise and speak their minds and demand that right is done? How critical is that aspect when it comes to matters to do with the finance bill?
The public participation is actually not a privilege. It is a right enshrined in the Constitution. And before I respond to that, I want to respond to the other aspect about budgeted corruption. And most of the time, we want to look at the bigger projects. That is when we see budgeted corruption. But let me just give you context. When I want to buy this microphone, the government wants to buy this microphone. Of course, there are procurement regulations that are supposed to happen so that now it is advertised and all that, and then it is procured. How does budgeted corruption come into play? This microphone, the market price is 100 shillings.
Okay.
The procurement guys are the ones to do the market research. They do not have regulations over that because they go to the market, they'll do their market research and say, yeah, this microphone is supposed to be 1,000 bob. Because, and you see the government, just the parastatals and the sagas only give the regulations of what you need to buy, the specifications. If it is a computer, they need to tell you that you need to, as a saga, you need to buy a computer that is this space and these are the specs. But they don't tell you this is how much you need to spend because they expect you as a procurement officer
to know,
to actually go and do a market research on the price. So that is how we normally end up in overpriced tenders, overpriced goods that are being procured at the expense of the mwananchi. So even if this microphone was costing 100 bob and I'm selling, they are procuring it at 1,000 shillings, and then there are interests as well. So we have to pay 1,500 because someone has to get 500, and maybe and you see the problem of supplying to the government is that it might take time before you're paid, because most of the time they'll say we don't have money. So the supplier will say, because of the inflation, let me put this at 1,500 to cover that cost. That is the problem we have in this country, and it applies to even the bigger project. So if it is on a small thing and it costs 500 bob more, what about on a road that costs 800 million? That will actually cost 100 point something billion shillings. It will go into that to that extent. And the reason why we cannot cap this, and I always say, I think the budget making process has 4 sections in terms of formulation, approval, implementation, and then we have the audit. The audit report comes 6 months later after the implementation of the budget. 6 months later. 6 months in this country, we can have how many CSs in the same ministry?
It's happened.
I even have a new deputy president.
Exactly. 6 months is a very long time to actually come and tell you actually spend this money. Maybe you went home, they took you home. So we do actually, you see, some of these things, the Auditor General gives reports, and Ndu was asking about the queries that every year we're having queries and they are not acted upon. Who answers to them? If you have been you've been sent home, or you have been transferred to another ministry, you will say now the PS in that ministry needs to respond to those queries. And this is the problem we have, because we need to have this audit process very frequent.
So, I'm sorry, but I really want to understand it from an economic point of view, because that's around the conversation that we are having. That it doesn't make sense that in the private sector, for example, when you are doing this kind of thing, you have a budget for a year or whatever your cycle is, you have a budget, and maybe every quarter they're asking you to say, that's why you have auditors, that's how they make that, that's how they make their living. You have an auditor comes in and says, look at this cycle, we said we're going to spend this money, this is where we got it from, whether it's donor funded, whether it's capital funded like through banks or whatever. Walk us through this process and tell us, did we spend the money the way we said we're going to spend it? And even where we spent it, did we do it authentically? They do the forensics of all of that to make sure. In the private sector, we'll be held to that.
Yeah.
For some reason, whereby you have millions of people under your watch, and there's certain things that you're supposed to do, you know what happens? You have a chief accountability officer whose job it is to report and recommend, and that's where the power stops. And he or she will say, we've seen that there was poor absorption at the counties. We've seen that there were no development, that the development agenda was not met at the counties or in constituencies. We see that 850 million, whatever the case may be, was said it was going to be used for this, but it was not.
Yeah.
It blows my mind that such reports can come out, and then she will pass it back to Parliament and say, over to you, sir. But over to you, sir, never happens.
Yes.
Yeah, that is the issue. And we have COB reports that always come every quarter. And most of the time, who's supposed to act on these reports? Most of the time we'll find the reports are just there for constitutional mandate. They do not they're not being acted upon, even when they flag out some serious violations. And coming to back to your question on why Kenyans needs to speak and how youths can get involved. We are in a situation where we cannot even speak about finance bill. Every time someone tries to speak about it, it's like we are doing, it's illegal to do that, while it is actually our right. And this, just looking at how the lady was arrested, Rose, referring to Rose, how she was arrested because she had come up with a website that will allow Kenyans to directly engage and submit their views. And she was arrested, and she went through a lot in terms of just because she had created that website. This brings us to the question: is the government really deliberate on getting the people's views? And this must also help us awaken the fact that why do Kenyans want to give their views directly? Because we have representatives who are actually supposed to do that, but Kenyans feel the representatives are not doing enough. We need to give our own views ourselves, because we don't think the people we sent are doing what we wanted. That is why we feel, even if the website was jammed or the email for the parliament was jammed because there were so many emails going into it, it is not the Kenyans' problem that the email cannot accommodate many emails. It is being spammed. What can happen? What the government will have done is create another infrastructure. Look at it. How can we, if 50 million Kenyans decided they want to do an email to us, can we be able to actually receive those emails and respond to their issues? So it is not our problem that we want to talk to the issues. It is the government's problem that we want to talk about issues they don't want us to talk about. And I think that is where we have all the we have the issues around people's interests and, of course, the aspect of our right as citizens to engage in this process.
Yeah. Conrad, you're giving them ideas of infrastructure. Well. Yeah. Anyway, so I'd love to speak about that bit on auditing. It's actually not possible to audit books that are not closed. And that's why we have to wait for a whole year. And even in the private sector, we have to wait for 3 months for example, banks to release their audited results. And I don't think, again, just that you're not in government you're not supposed to be followed through by what you did. For example, right now, there's that case ongoing by Okiya Omtata on Odia's death.
Yes.
And he's accusing the former president, people that are not in government. Doesn't mean we cannot go after them if they did wrong. So regardless, whether we change CSs, whether we evict the deputy president, if you did not do something right, if you are corrupt, you should be followed. You should be able to. We should be able to retrieve the money. For example, what happened even with Waitito, whatever the agenda was, but we saw that it's possible to actually go after an MP, a former MP or a former governor, and get back our money.
Which one?
I know we didn't get back the money. What I'm saying is, it's possible to actually go after someone and if
even they can be charged in court, found guilty, sentenced. But then you know what can also happen? They can go run for election and be voted back in and sit in parliament and are still sitting there today because they have not exhausted all avenues of appeal.
But that's not the problem of the government. It's the problem of the citizen. We are the ones who elect them.
This is true.
Yeah. We're the ones who elect them. So on the bit of public participation, what I love to recommend is that we pick things that we understand, we pick a clause and actually tell these people we do not want this VAT added to 16 to 18% because, and it's just an example, it has not been added to 18%, and say this is the problem we have with it. We cannot be, and this is an unpopular opinion, we cannot be rejecting every document in its entirety. We have to pick clauses because under this finance bill, for example, the finance bill 2025, there's a lot of tidying up of the existing laws and regulations which come with procedures. And again, when you look at the tax procedures in Kenya, there's a lot of things that go into the accounting bit. So at the end of the day, as a company, I get to have additional costs of hiring maybe an accountant or two to be able to know this particular tax should be remitted by this date. It should be calculated this way. There's a lot of procedures in there. So the tidying up is a good thing. So when we go and say, for example, we want to reject the whole bill, then we deny ourselves even this bit on tidying up. And that's why I recommend you pick a clause. Say, for example, we do not want KRA to get into our personal data and our trade secrets. This we do not want, and we do not want because the Constitution guarantees us of our freedom of privacy. So we are telling you as the MPs, don't vote yes for this. Do not delete that clause. Go to another clause. Say, for example, asking for a refund, it will not be taking 90 days and not the 60 days that was there before. So this is a step backwards towards making our tax procedures even easier, and it makes ease of doing business more difficult. And we have made steps as a country. So let's have reasons. Let's justify, because these people, and by these people I mean for example, if I want to be specific, the Finance and Planning Committee, they have a budget. And their job is to tell us where are we getting the additional revenues. So they've seen we can increase this and increase this. They may not be feeling it because they earn more than what we earn as common wananchi. So it's for us who feel it. And I'm glad Conrad asked, why do we have MPs, but we have to give our own views? They've failed us because we are not on the same level. They are here, we are here. When there's an addition to cost of living, they get allowances. And I also remember that period when I can't remember which MP said that they need to have an allowance to cater for housing levy because there's a deduction for housing levy. Now they need more allowance so that they are not
cover for where
exactly. What about us?
Even yesterday when I was watching the CS Education actually put up his point that he needs more money, and the chair of the committee actually said that they need money to organize a conference to discuss about that issue.
Oh, you see, so so we need to point out these things. We cannot be saying at the end of the day, money is being lost. Let's go to that budget. So we are saying we can read and we can write. Let's go to that budget and say, You buy furniture every year. Who buys furniture every year for their house? No one. So when you buy furniture, it should take you the whole of that election period, the 5 years. When we have another one, we can change the furniture, but not like we do at every fiscal year. There's a line for furniture. Doesn't make sense.
Or renovation.
Exactly.
I mean, come on. What are you doing in your house? We have to ask those questions.
And the line for training every time. Yet the services we go when we go to these public places, the services we get, and it doesn't look like you get trained. Where does the money go? So what I'm insisting on is meaningful conversations and meaningful advocacy. We point out something and say, this is the problem. This is how we feel, not blindly, so that they don't say, we Gen Zs do not understand things. We are just irritable and chaotic people. We know what we are saying. When we say the cost of living is high, we know what we are saying. When we say you're mismanaging, we know you're mismanaging because you're traveling a lot and we are not traveling. Us who are giving you this money, your employers, we are not traveling the same way you're traveling. Doesn't make sense. Yes.
How would you wrap that up, Conrad?
It would be a very big injustice to just mention some of the things that have been highlighted in the finance bill that seem to be making sense. Perhaps maybe some of tax reductions, and every time I look at these tax reductions that have been highlighted in the finance bill, the question I ask myself is who benefits? When you reduce tax on aircraft spare parts.
How many people are buying? Thanks.
When you
really helped us.
When you reduce tax on steel importation, how many young people are importing steel? How many young people are importing space aircraft spare parts? For a very long time, this country has neglected one of the biggest dividend, the youth, and they have failed to make a point in solving the biggest problem we have, unemployment. That is what the young people want to know. They do not care about the finance bill. If you are raising more money to give us more jobs, I'm pretty sure, young people can have a look at it and say, this thing, it seems like a good thing. But we are not giving it a life where people can see, the young people can see, this thing is coming to give us jobs. We are not seeing it very clearly, even in the budget. What we are seeing are programs that, of course, are good, are very okay, but not everyone can go to Kazimtani. Not everyone can do that job. Not everyone will go Mjengo. We need to be very, very critical in terms of the 800,000 graduates we are releasing every year. Where are they going?
Good questions. And that formed the basis for the conversation on the youth perspective that we had today, then looking critically at the Finance Bill 2025 and then what's going to come out of the budget. We want to thank you both for being here this morning. We can't stop having these conversations. Necessary and important for us to do. It's good for folks to know we know, and that we actually do know. Isn't it? Stella Swake is an economic analyst, and Conrad Kerr, fiscal policy analyst, have been our guests this hour. Thank you for closing out the Situation Room with us this week, and we'll be back Monday at 6 a.m. God willing, to continue conversations with you. Eid Mubarak. In the meantime, good morning. It's 10 a.m.
Good morning, this is the News Wire. I'm Leah Ubaka. Primary school students in Mabanda area of Madare have benefited from food and other gifts to celebrate the Eid-ul-Adha festival. The food, which was provided by the PUBG organization owned by Tencent from China, has reached more than 4,000 students in 18 schools who are benefiting from the funding of food and tuition. Now led by the organization's founder, Liu Yimengan, and Director of Programs, Lois Abanga, they've said that they'll continue to fund 18 schools in Madare areas to get food and other necessities to strengthen educational standards.
Nafanya kazi na Dream Building Service Association. Dream, in short, tunajita Dreams. We are building dreams in Madare. One of the ways we are building dreams ni kupeana chakula kwa watoto wa Mathare, kwa maana ni ngumu sana kufundisha mtoto ambaye ako na njaa. So we ensure that the children are well fed. And what dream building is doing, currently we are working with 18 schools.
Mimi naitwa Liu Monghan. Nimefanya kazi hapa kwa miaka 11. Apart from the feeding program that we're doing, we are also having other programs, that is school renovation, scholarships, art training, talent show, and football tournaments.
The Kenya Union of Clinical Officers in Kilifi have announced that their strike will officially kick off tonight. Now, the medical officers, led by the National Union chairperson Peterson Washira, say the county government has failed to listen to their demands, blaming the county health officials, that is David Mulewa and Peter Morogo, for failing to attend the talks that the nurses had called for.
Na ni vizuri pia nitaja kwa sababu walishaasilia na tunaona kwamba walikuwa na budget ya kuemploy na wameendelea kudelay. Tunauliza hizi pesa zinaenda wapi, kwa sababu mwaka wa budget unaisha tarehe 30 mwezi huu. Tunaanza mwaka mpya. Hii pesa kama ipo inaenda wapi? Mtu anaweka kwenye mfuko ama ni wizi?
He has also urged patients being treated at the government hospital to plan ahead.
Wale mikura yengine wote ambayo wanaleta sarakazi, munaona sarakazi wanalete.
My apologies for that. And moving on, is Deputy President Kithure Kindeki's visit to Kambani enters its second day today. According to the schedule this morning, Kindiki will visit Migwani area in Mwingi East Parliamentary Constituency in Kitui County for an event to promote Kinamama projects before heading to Machakos area for a similar event. This comes as Wiper leader Kalonzo Musyoka is expected to lead other opposition leaders, including former Deputy President Rigathi Gachagua, in Kibwezi area in Makueni County. The visits are taking place as the two parties seek support in Ukambani areas. The Deputy President, during his visit yesterday, called on opposition leaders to stop the politics of incitement and explain to Kenyans the agenda they have for them.
Tukikuja hapa tuwaongelesha kwa heshima, tukiwaambia sasa wakati wa kampeni umefika, tusaidieni tena wale tunataka uongozi, kutakuwa na kisirani. Kwa hivyo mimi naomba tutulize boli, tuende pole pole na tuwe sensitive, tuwe matamshi ya viongozi yalenge kuunganisha taifa letu la Kenya. Hakuna mtu ameandika barua atachaguliwa kabila gani. Sisi zote ni wa Kenya, nchi yetu ni moja.
That's the news wire. I'm Lea Ubanga.
The 90s have never sounded so good.
Thank God it's Friday.
Spice.
Keep the heads ringing.
Breathing life into the 90s.
You played the best music.
More of the classics and the hits you love. 94.4 Spice FM. Nairobi.